Mustafa, big up, big up, big up, big up. Okay, so I'm going to play this fucking Douglas Murray, The War on the West. Guys, it's pretty fucking interesting. It's this book. Go and have a listen to it. Have a read of it. Pretty good. Pretty fucking good, to be fair. But I'm going to give you a little bit of about 2 hours worth. So here we go.
That's what we're going to talk about today, your new book. I read it yesterday, and I thought I might start with something technical in some sense, terminological. It might be regarded as a pretty inflammatory title, The War on the West, and maybe we'll start with that. What do you mean by war, and why use that term?
Essentially, that's interesting. I thought you were going to start with the West,
bro,
well, we'll do that next.
A really knotty one to untangle.
I like this. Well, we'll do that next for sure.
War, because what I say in the book is that this is what we've been going through. We've been going through a war on everything to do with the foundations of the West, everything to do with the results of the Western inheritance. And when I say that, of course, I mean the war, as I do it bit by bit, on Western history, a war on Western peoples, a war on Western culture, a war on Western religion and philosophy. This position that I argue that we've come to in the present age, where everything is bad if it came from us, let me say, us in the West, and everything is good so long as it hasn't come from us. Now, I should stress, by the way, that what I'm describing here is Western anti-Westernism. There are plenty of other forms of anti-Westernism. There's Russian anti-Westernism, there's Chinese anti-Westernism, all sorts of other kinds. But the one that I think is most interesting, partly because it's so pathological, is what I'm really writing about here, which is Western anti-Westernism. Why we in the West have arrived at this strange place where we venerate everything so long as it's not our own. We respect things so long as it hasn't been produced by the society that also produced us. And I do think this is a fundamental assault. I think it's a fundamental assault, as I try to demonstrate in the book, on all of the foundations, the principles, the foundational figures, the heroes, the great stories, the great themes of the West even, have all come in recent decades under this just relentless assault. And I try to explain why I think that's happened. It's not an entirely new phenomenon, as you know. I mean, it's been a strain of Western thought, arguably for some centuries, if not longer. But that in recent decades, it's picked up a pace. And it's picked up a pace for some very obvious reasons. After the colonial era, it was inevitable that there was going to be an anti-colonial backlash, a post-colonial movement. But that's lingered and turned into something else, as have all of the other backlashes that I lay out. So I do think it's a war. I think it's a complete and fundamental assault on everything that the West has produced, and I think that's why it's deserving of the term.
So to what end?
Well, that's a very interesting question, because of course it's a different aim for different people. I mean, one of the people I write about at one point in the book is Fanon. Frantz Fanon, the distinguished and highly cited post-colonial author, who, like Edward Said, had a profound influence in the academy. The foreword to his last book was written by Sartre. He was a very, very impressive in many ways figure. But his version of what should happen in the post-colonial era was, for instance, I mean, basically entirely Marxist. And it's one of the ironies I try to tease out about this, that, for instance, if in the post-colonial era, people had argued that societies that have been colonized should be returned to a pre-colonial condition, with a return to, let's say, more of the native political and other habits, then that would have been one thing. But writers like Fanon were not doing that. They were arguing that the answer to the colonial era was Marxism. And of course, that has this tremendous irony, doesn't it? Which is that they say, well, this one form of Westernism, Western colonialism, must be replaced because it's Western. And what we'll replace it with is Western Marxism. And so that's just one of the motivations. I think it was a very strong motivation, certainly in the immediate period of the post-colonial era. There are different versions of it now, of course. There's let's say, the social one, the one where it's just rather gauche. I mean, of course, famously, writers like Orwell pointed this out many decades ago. Rather gauche to celebrate anything about your own society, and indeed regarded as being slightly backward, a sign of a sort of low-resolution figure that you would do such a thing. Whereas the veneration of other cultures was a demonstration of sophistication. A sophisticate would do that. But we do end up in this position today, which is much more dangerous than that. One of the reasons I do the assault on Western history, and do it also by individuals, the figures that used to be, and certainly in my own lifetime, I'm sure in yours, Jordan, some of the absolutely foundational heroes of Western history have come in for specific assault. And you could ask yourself, well, maybe that's because they're overdue some reckoning. And I think it's far more than that, and I try to show that. I try to show, for instance, that the interpretation of, say, Thomas Jefferson or Winston Churchill or Abraham Lincoln has actually become an assault based on the following premise, that if we can take down Churchill, we sort of can get to the roots of taking down British patriotism. If we assault Abraham Lincoln, we've essentially not, and Thomas Jefferson, we've not just assaulted them, we've actually assaulted something that is the absolute root of the American ideal, the heroic story, the heroic figure. And then there's this further layer of that, which is not just with individuals, but with whole societies. So that, for instance, instead of understanding the history of racism as, well, racism is a highly regrettable and ugly human trait, which is consistent across all human societies that we know about, and it is a part of Western history, instead, the whole of Western history is made into a history of racism, in which racism was the guiding force. When, as I explained in the book, or any fair estimate would see it as being an element within Western history, but by no means the thing that drove Western history. So it's this sort of thing.
Okay, so let's concentrate on that then, in terms of the values that you regard as being under assault in this war. What do you think the canonical values are that are the subject of this intense criticism? Now, and you described Marxism itself, which is also a branch of Western thought, interestingly enough, as fundamental to this criticism.
Is the audio all good, guys? Just realised I wasn't even talking. Big up Mustafa Camel, boy. Halfway through it, yeah? It's interesting, bro, isn't it? I like this Douglas Murray. He's fucking, he's all right. Just let me know if the audio's good and we'll click on.
So what if it isn't? The Marxists basically make the claim that something like the claim that history and human institutions, and perhaps individuals as well, are to be understood as manifestations of their class identity. So as some form of group identity. For the classical Marxists, it was class identity. And then history is to be viewed as the battle between an oppressor class and an oppressed class. And the oppressor class is motivated by the desire to exploit the victimized class. And then that's been transferred, I would say, to some degree in recent years to terminology that replaces economic class with race, but basically makes the same arguments. Does that seem okay? So the claim then is that the central motivation is something like the will to use compulsion in the service of group-centered goals, I guess. What's the Western counterclaim, and why? so that's one question. Is there a Western counterclaim? And why should we reject that analysis of history, given that things do get corrupted by power?
Well, I quote in the opening and later on in the book, as you know, a phrase of Nietzsche, which I sort of add to from the genealogy of morals. When Nietzsche refers in passing, but I think it's such a remarkable phrase, I wanted to bring it out and throw it to the forefront. He talks in the genealogy of morals of people who talk about justice but mean revenge. Mm-hmm. Now, this seems to me to be an extraordinarily pertinent insight to our era. When you talk about some of the scholars and writers that I try to tear into in this book, they have. I'm thinking of figures like Ibram X. Kendi, Robin DiAngelo, quite a number of others. I could go on listing, but these are some of the main ones. They're simply not interested, it's clear, in a sort of fair analysis of the West or its history or its traditions or its claims. They're interested in a form of revenge. And some of them are perfectly open about that. I mean, Kendi is perfectly open about the fact that in response to one thing, it might be necessary to punish another group. He says it completely frankly in his most famous book, How to Be, ironically titled, inappropriately titled, How to Be an Anti-Racist. And it's extremely clear from the work of other people in this movement, people like Hannah Nicole Jones of the 1619 Project. What you're really talking about, you're certainly talking about with the people tearing down the heroes of the West, is people who are saying, okay, you had your go, and now we're going to have ours, and we're going to see how you like it, how you like being talked about in extraordinarily racist terms, how you like being lumped in and homogenized as a group, for instance, white people or Western people, Western traditions. And again, this isn't an entirely new thing. I point out again with one of the most prominent post-colonial writers, Edward Said, who every benighted student who's had to study at almost any university has come across Orientalism at some point. And one of Said's fundamental critiques of the West is that it essentializes people in the East. And, there's quite a lot of points to make about that. But one of them is he's extremely good at essentializing people in the West. He'll refer in passing, Said, to, for instance, your average 19th century European. Right? What the hell was an average 19th century European any more than an average 19th century person in Africa or the Arabian Peninsula? People of this revenge kind were extraordinarily keen to use tools which they claimed to deprecate,
Hurrah!
so long as that they furthered their particular political goals. And I think that they expose themselves again and again. And the problem in recent years, as I see it in the West, is that this process of revenge has taken on this exceptionally gleeful attitude. People like DiAngelo visibly, audibly cannot believe the luck they have that they can get away with saying the things that they do. And the fact that when asked to provide evidence, they say things like DiAngelo did recently in an interview. There's a collective glee in the white body when black bodies are punished. And her interviewer, who happens to be black, asks her for evidence of this. She has none. So she just makes another outrageous claim. And this has become part of it.
Okay, so let's go into this as deeply as we can. So I was thinking when reading your book about, let's start with the issue of slavery. And it's certainly the case that the people that you're describing and the intellectual and Marxist influenced types who criticize the more traditional institutions of the West accept it as a given that slavery is wrong. And so you could imagine there might be two reasons for that. One reason would be one group should not have the upper hand over another, or at least if you're the group that's in the oppressed class, you might not want that to be the case. And the other argument is there's something intrinsically wrong with slavery as such, but at the individual level. And so I guess one of the things that struck me is that unless you believe the second, you're just trying to swap one form of slavery for another, and it isn't also clear why it's wrong. And slavery is wrong if you believe that the individual should be sovereign, able to make choices, able to make free and unconstrained choices that aren't subject to the arbitrary will of another. But to believe that, you have to believe that there is such a thing as the individual. That's the right unit of analysis. And that the idea that that individual is valuable and sovereign in some fundamental sense is true. And then when I think that, I think there isn't anywhere in the world where that idea has been expressed more clearly than in the West. And so it's so interesting to see people object to slavery and object to the use of arbitrary power by one group over another, but also to reject wholesale the individualism, the notion of individual value that's at the heart of the Western.
Yep, my friend, these pair are fucking pretty fucking intellectual chappers, and when they speak, I do listen to them. Yeah, I like their opinions. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's sort of like an intellectual way of me. When I talk about it, this is more intellectual, and they put it like in a much better fucking format. And they know what they're talking about as well, which helps.
Enterprise that seems to be the basis for the rejection of slavery per se. You do point out, for example, that it wasn't obvious that Karl Marx objected to slavery on moral grounds. So it seems too obvious to even be asked, why is slavery wrong? But
oh yes, my friend, I'm very in touch with my feminine side. Very.
When everything obvious is up for grabs, then it's perfectly reasonable to ask that. And so part of the problem
with Andrew Tate ain't gonna fucking affect that, bro. Do you know what I mean? He's too manly for me, Andrew.
With setting the group against the individual is that you see that the people who do that seem to invalidate their own moral claim that what they're opposing is wrong. Like, on what basis is it wrong? And does that seem like a reasonable position to you?
Yes, and I mean, well, one of the most fascinating things about this, I go into in the section on slavery in the book, is that, of course, historically speaking, it would have been highly unusual to be opposed to slavery in almost any era. And there were lots of reasons for that. I mean, you first of all have one of the questions, as you know, that I delve into at one point in the book is, why are the Enlightenment philosophers under particular attack at the moment? And there are various explanations you could give for that. One is that there is a genuine overdue reckoning, that there is a form of Enlightenment, let's say fundamentalism at the moment, that views figures of the Enlightenment as particularly needing this sort of scouring and reapproach. Another is that they happened to have the misfortune to live in an era in which both the slave trade and colonialism, currently seen as the two great wrongs of history of the West, were going on, and that they didn't spend enough of their time countering them, and that Immanuel Kant should have spent more time addressing slavery and less time addressing all of the questions that he addressed, and that rather than talking about superstition and trying to pull that apart, David Hume should have been interested in colonialism, and on and on. So that's another explanation. And a third explanation, which I think is perhaps more persuasive, is that actually, if you go for the Enlightenment philosophers, you get to one of the absolutely key things to assault if you're going to assault the West, which are the ideas of rationalism and reason and the application of the scientific method and much more. But the reason I mention this is because, of course, what's so fascinating is that there are two aspects of the slavery thing in particular that need to be delved into. One is that thing of, well, everybody did it throughout history. And there's a counter which Kendi, among others, do, which is, well, Western slavery was worse because it was race-based. And by the way, that's absolute nonsense. I mean, countless societies had effectively race-based slavery, and indeed it's going on today in the Middle East and in Africa. But there was a specific reason, actually, why during the Enlightenment period, and I cite Thomas Jefferson on this, because he's a very interesting figure, trying to think this through as they were going through it. One of the reasons why Thomas Jefferson is so interesting is because he is one of the most thoughtful people of his era, was still not aware of whether or not there was an answer or which way the answer went to what was still a live conversation then, which was the monogenesis and polygenesis argument. That was the argument over whether or not all the human races were from the same stock, as it were, or whether we were all from different lines. That debate seems obvious to us now because it got answered later in the 19th century. It wasn't obvious at that time, and people like Jefferson were trying to do what they could with it. So there was one version of the defense of slavery, which was, well, these are all totally different people. But then, of course, you have to counter that with the fact that, and again, Voltaire made this point, what is the greater evil? To sell somebody and buy somebody of a different country, a different race, and so on, or to sell your neighbor or your brother or the member of your community. Now, of course, this is just as it was when Voltaire asked the question, it's an exceedingly uncomfortable question to ask today. And I don't ask it in order to say, well, there's an obvious answer. But as everybody knows, the slave trade only existed because people in Africa were selling their brothers and their neighbors and raiding neighboring towns of people who looked exactly like them and selling them to other black people in Africa, some of whom ended up in the slave trade going across the Atlantic, many more of whom went through the slave trade that went to Arabia. So it took an awfully long time for our species to even begin, and we're not there yet by any means. I've met people in my own life who are slaves, were born slaves in Africa and elsewhere. This is by no means solved by our species, but we look back at it now as if it was perfectly obvious.
Well, look, okay, so my understanding of the history of ideas in the deepest sense is that it's very difficult for people, first of all, to understand that there is a universally valid human essence across cultures, right? And so most isolated peoples have regarded their own citizens as human and everyone else who isn't part of that group as not fully human. And to develop a universal system of value, despite that proclivity, has been extraordinarily difficult. And then to further make the case that each person, regardless of their social status and power and all of that, is also characterized by something that is best termed intrinsic worth that's associated with their personal sovereignty or their individual sovereignty, is also an extraordinarily difficult idea to conceptualize. Yes. And then, so first of all, we shouldn't be lulled into thinking that, as you pointed out, that those are human norms in some sense. They're not. Quite the contrary. And then I do believe it is the case that, first of all, perhaps in the religious domain, and we can talk about that later, and then later in the political domain, that notion of divine individual worth was developed and instituted in social institutions most effectively and in some sense solely in the West. And,
yes.
And we could get into that in one angle. You talk about the British Empire's attempt to eradicate slavery worldwide, and also that was driven by Christian notions and by Christians specifically, and that it also occurred at great expense in relationship to the British Empire's function. Yes. So maybe you could just walk through that a bit, and we could delve into that.
Yes, I mean, this is a particularly important one because yes, first of all, as you well know, many of the people like William Wilberforce, who are most prominent in arguing the case for the abolition of slavery, were driven comprehensively by their Christian faith. And so, as my late friend Rabbi Jonathan Sachs used to say, that the claim that morality is self-evident is self-evidently untrue. These people were driven by a specific idea of morality and a specific set of values and indeed virtues. And it's a modern myth that we would have got there anyway. But the sanctity of the individual life and the autonomy of every individual, the necessity of every individual having autonomy, was at the absolute base of the desire, first of all, to ban slavery in the British Empire. And then, and it was maybe people would say, well, you would say that, wouldn't you, Douglas, having been born and brought up in the UK? But a pretty remarkable thing that the British Empire then decided to spend a considerable amount of blood and treasure policing the high seas in order to stop slavery elsewhere. British sailors losing their lives, boarding ships without sails that they would search the cargo holds for and discover were, for instance, a Brazilian slave trading ship trying to sneak through in disguise, because of course Brazil didn't get rid of slavery until the 1880s formally. And Britain policed the seas for this for many years. Thousands of sailors lost their lives. And in the end, as I cite in the book, the actual cost of eradicating the slave trade has been shown by a number of modern historians to have actually cost Britain more, first of all, in the actual endeavor. Secondly, most importantly, in the paying out, the buying out, effectively, of companies engaged in the slave trade in order to make sure that they didn't continue their trade. And thirdly, in the increased prices that everybody in Britain had to pay throughout the 19th century because of the need to pay for goods that were coming from non-slave trading places. These ended up being an exercise more costly than the benefits accrued during the period of slavery. So the reason why I mention this isn't actually just because of the way I speak or the fact that I happen to come from the UK. It's because it then gets us to this very interesting question, which is, what would restitution ever look like? And what I notice, and what I, as you know, Jordan, in a number of times in the book go into, is this question of reparations, as it's currently called. What one might also call a sort of, what would restitution look like on a number of historic wrongs? And I've been very struck in the last 2 decades in particular by the fact that we have people, and again, Nietzsche puts his finger on it with uncanny precision. I'm struck by the number of people who rip at long closed wounds, rip them open, and then scream at everyone about how hurt they are. Because in actual fact, on a whole range of issues of what we're now reminded are historic wrongs, something like considerable restitution happened an awfully long time ago. I mean, you still hear people saying, it's extremely popular in American discourse, that America never addressed the issue of slavery. And, you sort of think, well, fighting a long and bloody civil war about it would have been one obvious way that they clearly tried to address it. And even that today is poo-pooed. A number of contemporary historians say, oh, it wasn't really about slavery. It was a different power struggle. It never is about the thing that the thing was about. But I'm very keen to address these ugly, difficult corners of it. Because I say, if you are interested in restitution, of making atonement for any wrongs in the past, you have to look at what actually has already happened in the past by way of atonement.
Well, there's also a Christian/Western or Judeo-Christian/Western philosophy of atonement. And that is that you atone for your shortcomings and perhaps for the unequal distribution of talents by trying to live a responsible, generous, productive, and honest life. And that it's actually a matter of individual moral striving rather than something that should be conceptualized at the group level. And so I'm struck again, and still, I cannot understand, if you accept the notion that the willingness of one group to oppress another is in some measure a human universal. It's deeply characteristic of our history. And that the reason that that's wrong is that individuals shouldn't be subject to arbitrary compulsion, partly because it deprives the rest of us of their potential value as free agents, and partly because it's that, and partly because it transgresses against part of their essential nature that's intrinsically valuable. You can't oppose slavery on moral grounds, as far as I can tell, without implicitly accepting those axioms. And so then it's so striking to me that the people who are simultaneously accusing the West of these uniquely awful predilections accept one of the great propositions of the West as central to their entire moral doctrine, and then they accept it so centrally they don't even notice that it's true. They just think it's self-evident. Well, it's not so self-evident. Why shouldn't I oppress someone if I can get away with it? And why shouldn't my group?
Right, and then we have the one now, which is the form of oppression that presents itself in the guise of the victim. I constantly come back in this book to the people who present themselves as victims and are clearly the bullies. People who claim to be suffering from historic wrongs because it gives them a dominance that they would not otherwise have. I mean, let me give you two quick but quite significant examples of this. Two of the most celebrated writers of the last generation in America are Ta-Nehisi Coates and Ibram X. Kendi. Both of them have been recipients of MacArthur Genius.
Yeah, we got Douglas Murray, who's the author of The War on the West, and the great Jordan Peterson.
Awards. Kendi is now the only holder, apart from the late Elie Wiesel, of the late Nobel Prize winner and Holocaust survivor, of one of the most prestigious chairs in an American Ivy League university. Both of them have written memoirs that have been bestsellers and are highly feted and cited everywhere. And both of them have an origin story of racism that is absolutely risible. In the case of Coates, he describes a moment in one of his memoirs of getting into an elevator with his young child, and a white woman gets into the elevator and he says behaves dismissively towards the child. And Coates describes how he wants to sort of fling this woman against the wall and sort of throttle her for this act of racism. And at no point suggests that actually it's possible that the woman was having a bad day and it didn't matter who the child was, or that she was partially sighted or anything. There's sort of the immediate assumption is this is racism. We suffered it, and we suffered it so appallingly, I'm going to get a chapter of my book out of it. And Ibram X. Kendi's origin story of racism is equally risible, and it's that when he was at primary school in the US, as a child, on one occasion, a teacher in the classroom called on a white girl when a quiet black girl in the class also had her hand up and wasn't called upon. And Kendi gets an entire chapter out of this. And my suggestion on these cases is these people are presenting extremely minimal stories, risibly small stories of, I don't deny that racism some forms today in America, as in all societies, but they present these risibly small examples of racism in order to present themselves as a victim and then present themselves also as the judge and jury over everybody else currently alive.
It's also very different to say that institutions are corrupted or tempted by the willingness to use power, or the motivation to use power, and that one of the manifestations of that is various form of arbitrary oppression, and to claim that that's the central guiding principle of the institutions and the societies. And that also begs the question, well, if you criticize the West, let's say, for its grounding in willingness to use arbitrary power and compulsion, what do you propose as an alternative? And why do you believe that alternative exists? I mean, does the alternative only exist outside of the Western structure somehow? What's there except power?
It's only power. It's only power, and power in this era, as you know, Jordan, comes through the claim of oppression. That power is best exerted in our era, first of all, by claiming that the person has been a victim of oppression, and secondly, by wielding that alleged oppression, sometimes true oppression, but by wielding it as a tool to beat others. So that, for instance...
It's also interesting that the only reason that works, let's say I claim moral virtue because I'm an anti-racist rather than a non-racist. Well, why does that work for me? Why do I have a platform? Why do I have any authority? Only because
our era cares about racism. Only because our era doesn't like racism.
Which belies the central proposition, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, if no one cared, if people were psychopathic expressors of power, and that was particularly true of Western people, they just say something like, well, yeah, what's your point? Try to do something about it. And you think that's wrong? It's just because you're weak. And I've got the power and I've got you under my thumb, and to hell with you and your stupid ideas. But that isn't what people do. And when they're accused of being racist in the West, they're struck to the heart, generally speaking. Yes. They're ashamed of themselves. They'll bend over backwards to apologize. They scour their conscience to see if they can find any example of where they might not have abided by the principle of divine sovereignty somehow, and make obeisances in every possible direction. And so that in itself seems to indicate that the primary claim is fundamentally untrue.
Which, and as you know, I write a chapter in the book, as you know, on what everyone else in the world is doing whilst we're doing this to ourselves. And one of my favorite examples, I quote a lay colleague of mine's work on this, is racism within China and racism from China about the rest of the world. There's a term that the Chinese use of white people that roughly translates as ghosts. The idea being that, I think it's Hui, and the idea is, of course, is that white people aren't really human. We're like the simulacrum of a human being, but not the real thing. Only the Chinese people are the real thing. Well, that's really racism for sure. And from the most heavily populated country on earth, and there's no.
And one certainly willing to use power.
And one certainly willing to use power. So it's an oddity.
So it looks to me, for example, I've tried to make this case that the central animating spirit of the West is something like the spirit of voluntary association, the spirit of voluntary cooperation, uncompelled choice, recognition of universal human dignity. Now, we all fall short of acting that out and instilling it in our institutions, and I see that as a reflection of that deeper theological claim that we discussed earlier, that each individual is in some sense of divine worth intrinsically, and should be treated as intrinsically worthwhile as a consequence. And that out of that, as far as I'm concerned, emerges the entire tradition of natural rights, and they're a delineation of the notion of that intrinsic worth. That's not the expression of the will to power. It's the precise opposite of that. And so why are we so loath to give ourselves credit for the emergence of that idea and our attempts to abide by it? Why are we so prone to guilt in this regard?
Firstly, we would go back to that thing that it's regarded as being somewhat gauche and backward and unsophisticated to take such an attitude. And the second is and there are many other reasons, but a second is the completely misinformed idea, and this comes from America in particular, I'm afraid. It's what America has been pumping around the world in recent decades. The idea that what is bad in the West is uniquely bad, and that comes from a complete and wholesale ignorance, not just of history in the rest of the world, but the rest of the world now. I mean, a total, startling lack of context. I mean, if anything ever suffered from context collapse in our era, it is everything to do with the West, so that it is seen as.
There's another element that. Sorry, there's another element that seems to me to be worthy of note too. We're tortured for our moral insufficiency because of the existence of demonstrable inequality. And the call for equity is part of the clarion call for the people who are conducting, let's call it, the war on the West. And the proposition there is essentially Marxist, that wealth tends to accumulate in the hands of fewer and fewer people, which happens to be true, although those people differ. The proportion is small, but the people change. But what's so faulty about that, in my estimation, isn't the claim that inequality exists, or even the claim that there are negative aspects of that might need to be addressed, but the notion that is somehow unique to the social institutions and the economic institutions of the West.
Yes.
I hate that most particularly because I think it underestimates the problem. You cannot blame inequality on capitalism.
No,
it's foolish.
Absolutely. I mean, let's take the other options on the table. The remaining flotsam and jetsam of the Cold War. Let's say you can say Putin's Russia. You can certainly say Cuba and a few other places. What do we reckon is the inequality of wealth in these countries between, let's say, the oligarchs and the average Russian? There was a documentary Alexander Navalny bravely made before going back to Russia and being imprisoned, and he had it released after he got back to Russia the other month and was promptly imprisoned. He had the release of this documentary called Putin's Palace, and one of the extraordinary things which did a lot of harm for Putin at home, because people were genuinely shocked and upset about this, was that Putin's palace on the Black Sea, which he's been building for years at the cost of hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, has, among other things, a vineyard attached to it. And there's a guest area, a guest room near the vineyard. And there's a guest lavatory in the guest room, the vineyard. And there's a lavatory brush there made of gold that costs the same as the average Russian makes in a year. So there's just one example of inequality in Russia. We could do the same thing for Cuba. Let's look at all of the other examples. Look
North Korea?
Post-colonial. Look at North Korea. I've seen myself in a country which I visited many years ago, but in a country where the general population starved by the millions in the 1990s, and the military elites were able to get hold on the black market of blue label Johnny Walker, one of the most expensive whiskies on the planet. Take any of the, because everyone talks about the post-colonial, I mean, of course, there's post-colonial societies that haven't gone well. There have been post-colonial societies that have gone very well, like Singapore, in terms of productivity. You could say that Hong Kong, until very recently, the same thing. But let's talk about the post-colonial societies that didn't go well. Zimbabwe, for instance. What was the wealth inequality in Zimbabwe between the wealth of Mrs. Mugabe, say, and the average Zimbabwean? The average life expectancy in Zimbabwe during Robert Mugabe's reign halved. He's one of the very few leaders in the world where life expectancy actually declined faster than people were living. People were on a treadmill that was getting shorter and shorter with every step. Well, what was wealth inequality like there? What's wealth inequality like in Angola these days? I mean, go anywhere. It is so obscene to present this as you say, as some kind of phenomenon of Western capitalism. As though any other system around could be better.
And to present it as some sort of rigorous theory. So all economic systems produce inequality. It seems to be the reflection of a deep underlying law that we don't understand that well, about how advantage tends to accrue as you accrue advantage, and disadvantage tends to accrue as you accrue disadvantage. Positive feedback loops of some sort.
Yes.
All economic systems result in inequality, and different societies have evolved different mechanisms to deal with that. But the only system that we know of that's also produced inequality, but also produced the cessation of absolute privation, are free market systems. And China didn't manage that till they instituted free market systems. And free market systems work because sovereign individuals exercise choice over not only purchase, but also employment. And so people in the West are guilty about inequality and liable to rake themselves over the coals when its existence is pointed out, but it's partly because they don't understand how pernicious the problem really is, and they don't take credit for the fact that free markets have stopped people from starving. You know, it's only 8% of people now live below the UN line for absolute poverty, compared to 40% in Ronald Reagan's time. That's only 40 years. 40 years.
And you go back to that phenomenon that, again, I don't think there's any evidence that in modern China, the people involved with the Politburo and the people who've done terribly well out of the last 20 years, particularly since China entered the WTO, I don't think there's any evidence of significant fears about inequality between the Chinese elite and the average person. There is something very specific about the Western worry about inequality, which again, like the worry about slavery, like the worry about guilt and historical guilt, is a product of a thing that ought to be recognized as being a good part of the machine. If the machine was so pernicious, we wouldn't care about inequality. We would simply say, as I'm afraid...
Or we'd celebrate it even more, which is a perfectly easy thing to do, which is, well, if I have more, it's because I'm better. And the evidence that I'm better is clearly that I have more. And yes. What's your evidence for the contrary claim? Well, people have intrinsic worth. It's like, yeah.
Right. And you go to another of the world's biggest economies, India. I don't know if you've ever been there. It's an extraordinary culture, very, very rich, a wonderful culture, and just the most extraordinary place to visit. But it also has a form of inequality which is grotesque to any Western visitor. I'm talking, of course, about the caste system, which exists to this day, which is a form of slavery as well, and which regards people, if they're born into the wrong class, as being literally untouchable. The untouchable class in India is something you're born into and you will be in for your whole life. Now, is that inequality? Oh, yes. Is it systemic? Hell yes. Is much being done about it? Not really. People take a sort of view that, well, there's an old joke about Princess Margaret once hearing somebody refer to an extraordinarily grand English country house, and the person says, imagine this coming as just an accident of birth, and Princess Margaret saying, birth is no accident. Now, but actually that view, whether it was correctly attributed to her or not, is regarded by us as being laughable and risible. It's not being regarded as being laughable or at all risible in one of the most important societies in the world today, India.
And historically, that certainly wasn't regarded as laughable in any sense. The notion that you didn't have divine value in some sense or ultimate value as a consequence of your birth, that was an extraordinarily difficult idea to supplant, uproot, and transform, because that also seemed in some real sense self-evident. And the evidence was your success.
And I'm afraid here we also get to what I regard as being one of the hardest to discuss, but most necessary to identify aspects of what I'm trying to tackle in this book, which is what I go straight on to in the first chapter, which is what I regard as being and describe as a now outright war on white people. Now, of course, this is very difficult to talk about because people say, first of all, you're guilty of self-pity of some kind, or boo-hoo, poor you. But as I show, I think in some remorseless detail in that chapter, if you wanted for some reason to attack Africa,
hello, beautiful,
or everyone from North Africa downwards, you would at some point, if you were to be driven by such an animus, you would be attacking black people. If you decided to turn on everything to do with Chinese culture, at some point you would be attacking Chinese people. And so it is in the case of the West, that since historically the West has been predominantly populated, not entirely, but predominantly populated by white people, the assault on the West has to include, and now does include, an extraordinarily ugly and increasingly ugly assault on white people, whereby in societies which quite rightly abhor racism, the only group of people against whom...
You were absolutely amazing yesterday. God bless you. My Alice. Love you.
Racism is completely acceptable has become white people. And this is to my mind, one of the great unsayables.
And she's a fantastic cook, guys. She's a fucking fantastic cook.
But necessary to address issues of our time. Because it seems to me that this can't go on much longer. It's an extraordinarily dangerous game that's being played, and one with such negative consequences, not least the consequences of likely backlash, that it has to be had out in the open. At the point at which you are deciding people's futures in the workplace based on whether they're white or not, and that being white means you're marked down, that application to schools and universities involves you being marked down if you're white, that access to medical care, as I give examples of in the book, that you will be deprived of it if you happen to be white in certain jurisdictions.
That must be that special white privilege that we got in full effect there.
And this, and very much more, is absolute poison in our societies. And I think is one of the things that has to be addressed. If we really don't like racism, we have to tackle the rise of this new racism, which has become totally acceptable and everyday.
Well, to identify Western ideas, let's say, as somehow white, means that you, to the degree that those ideas have a universal value, which might even be the universal value, say, of making the case that slavery is wrong, you have to deny them to other people who aren't of that race, right? You contaminate them irretrievably. I've seen attempts, for example, to make the case that the emphasis on logic and excellence is somehow white, and that to accept those values as paramount means that you've just fallen under the sway of a certain kind of racism. And to the degree that that's faulty in its essence, I mean, if a thing is worth doing, then by definition, it's worth doing well. And if nothing is worth doing, then we don't do anything and there's nothing to talk about. And so the notion that excellence is somehow associated with a given race or a racial view is preposterous and demoralizing. And also something that's greatly detrimental, at least in principle, to the very people that are supposed to be helped by such doctrines.
Well, yes, it's possible that the whiteness, that the assault on white people, as it were, has become tied up as part of the assault on the Western, let's say, the Western legacy, and that what is happening is a desire to enact that revenge I referred to earlier, and a desire to take apart what some of us thought was actually an ideal, which is the ideal that the Western tradition is not actually the preserve of white people, but is a universal inheritance. And I say this repeatedly in the book. This is one way of looking at it, is to say one of the interesting things about so-called, a phrase I don't like to use, but let's say white culture, Western culture. One of the remarkable things about it has been, yes, in its negative forms, it has attempted to force itself upon people. In its positive forms, it invites anyone who wants to be part of it to share in it, which is, again, not the case with other cultures. There is no way, even in, let's say, in the political systems of any other country, outside of the West, if you were to migrate there from a Western country, you would not be able to work your way up to the prime ministership, presidency, or even the cabinet of most other countries in the world, if you were an outsider. The West is specifically in our era exceptionally open and believes that its own inheritance, its own traditions, its own political order, its institutions not just should be open, but have to be open to anybody who wants to be a part of them. So that's and that ideal is one of the ones that in the name of anti-racism is being taken apart in our time. She's saying, no. These things only belong to the white people. And as I say in toward the end of the war on the West, wow are the conclusions that you get to from there negative. I mean, wow are the consequences of that down the road negative. Because, and as I lay out, as you know, in quite a lengthy passage, there is a response to that just waiting to be said.
So Do you think that the core values of the West are tenable and maintainable in the absence of the underlying religious substrate? So I'm thinking about Jacques Derrida, for example, and Derrida criticized what he called the logocentrism of the West and its emphasis, for example, on binary oppositions. And binary oppositions are the foundation of computation. So maybe criticizing that too deeply is unwise. But in any case, it seems to me that the notion of individual sovereignty is, in some sense, a religious claim. And you can think about the West, one stream of Western thought is the Enlightenment, and there's a secular element to that, but it emerged out of a deeper religious tradition that has this universalizing tendency and this universalizing claim. Is it possible then I would say, to what degree is the assault on values that you see and diagnose an assault on religious values? And is it possible to formulate a defense without simultaneously defending some of these underlying religious presumptions?
No, this is the German jurist Bockenforder's dilemma, isn't it? Can you sustain a system that isn't willing to nurture the roots that gave birth to the system? And it's probably the biggest underlying question of our era. The claim has been sometimes yes, of course, and I think that yes, of course has been coming under significant strain in recent years. As I said, I mean, it's not clear that the sanctity of the individual is something that is enforceable purely through human rights doctrine and the court and the international court system.
Yeah, well, it's not self-evident that it's fundamentally a rational claim. It might be instead something more like the precondition for all claims that we regard as rational, which is an axiom rather than a conclusion. And axioms have to be accepted on faith by definition, right? If you define faith as operation within the system that the axioms give rise to. And I've been trying to puzzle this out deeply. There's the idea of the divine individual in the West is associated with the idea of logos, and it's associated with the notion as well that there's something about speech, in particular truthful speech, that is fundamentally redemptive. And it's recognition of that, I think, that gives rise to our notion that freedom of speech is a cardinal value, not because it gives you the freedom to speak exactly, but because without that freedom, we can't think, we can't improve our institutions.
And we can't get to truth. That it isn't a merely a theoretical exercise. The point of freedom of speech, freedom of inquiry, and all these things was to get to a truth. It wasn't a game in itself.
Right.
It was a belief that there was something to uncover at the end of that process that was more than worth discovering.
Right. Well, when I talked to Richard Dawkins recently about such things, and of course, he's arguably the world's most famous atheist, but I like talking to him, and I think Dawkins is possessed by the spirit of the truth to a marked degree. So. And so then one of the things I wonder is science itself possible in the absence of the proposition that the truth will set you free? I don't think that's a scientific proposition. Well, I think it's a philosophical or a theological proposition.
I mean, this comes to one of the great jokes against conservatives in recent years. I think I've said this to you in private before, Jordan, but not publicly. But I mean, one of the great jokes against conservatives was that they tended to think that the deconstructionists, for instance, would inevitably stop at the borders of STEM. Remember, for years, people sort of had riffs on the fact that, well, your degree in lesbian dance theory, you just wait till you have to go out into the market and find a job with that useless degree. But these people, actually, the joke was on the Conservatives saying that they did all find degree jobs. They found them in HR departments, and they told everyone else how to behave for the next generation. So and then there was the sort of joke that the Conservatives again had of sort of, it'll stop at the borders of STEM because at some point the bridges need to stay up. No, turns out that if you've got a more overriding theory and claim and ambition and drive in your era, if the bridges do fall down, it'll be because of institutional racism and constructional racism and much more. And it'll be because you didn't do it hard enough. It'll be just like the nonsense that everyone said in communism. Look at the stuff of different ways of knowing. I mean, this goes back. I have a deep contempt for Derrida, as I do for all of the deconstructionists, not just because it's so easy to deconstruct and so hard to construct, but because, of course, the deconstructionists always try to deconstruct everything apart from their own university positions. And Derrida and co definitely started some of this. And it's led to this thing we now have, one of the things I describe in the book, of the equitable maths nonsense, where we come once again to the anti-white, I would say also anti-black, actually, but certainly anti-Western idea that mathematics is a Western construct, and that there are other ways of knowing that exist and which must be brought forth. And you don't just get this in maths. And by the way, I mean, as I lay out in remorseless detail in the book, this is being taught in American schools. This is being rolled out in school district after school district in the US. The idea that in maths, in STEM in general, there are other ways of knowing other than the scientific method, accurate mathematics. Things like showing your workings is an example of white supremacy, and on and on and on. And this is completely mainstream today to an extent that I think will shock many readers. These things are effectively in the realm of voodoo, because nobody ever explains what the other ways of knowing are. Let me give you an example. If you don't believe in the mathematical method that actually happens to have been refined in the West, but owes some of its ancestry to a considerable, indeed bewildering array of cultures around the world. Why you can't say, oh, that's interesting, the West may have refined it, but it's got its heritage elsewhere. Hurrah, we're all able to own it. Why instead of that you have to say, no, this is a white supremacist thing, so we're going to come up with other ways of knowing instead of addition and subtraction in the normal way of things. What are the other ways of knowing? What is this voodoo we're being told? Never explained, other than you get this little hint sometimes that it has something to do with better intuitiveness about the concerns of others. And I give examples of this. That basically, you could also argue it's a sort of feminization of certain things, certain realms of study, but essentially that the white supremacist male patriarchal thing is all about the answers and about accuracy and about being on time even. I mean, all of these, to say that they're racist hardly needs saying, but all of these things are white, and therefore we need to look at these other ways of knowing which are never explained, but as something which we're all meant to go along with. I mean, to say that this doesn't bear examination is to vastly understate the matter.
Yeah, well, I think the STEM types are completely defenseless against all of this. They tend to be apolitical in their machinations if they're credible scientists and credible researchers, almost by definition, because they're busy obsessively detailing out their specialized concerns and not paying attention to the broader context, which works fine if the broader context is one in which their narrow and specialized productive pursuits are valued, but fatal when that isn't the case. And so one of the questions that we're facing now is, what are the invisible ethical preconditions for the successful practice of science itself. And weirdly enough, that's kind of a postmodern question, because the postmodernists did insist to some degree that we exist within stories, although they don't believe in grand unifying narratives, which begs the question for me, then what unites us internally, psychologically, or socially if there's no unifying narrative, if narrative is the fundamental answer? The narrative in which science operates is something like, well, the pursuit of truth is valuable in and of itself, and it's valuable because it's of benefit to people at the individual level. And as long as that's in place, it can all be ignored, and science can act as if it's something unto itself. And I know that's a tricky argument because it does veer in somewhat into the postmodern direction, but we wouldn't pursue science if we didn't think the pursuit was valuable and redemptive.
Yes.
Right.
And was heading towards something. But
yes.
Can you
that
say
can be attained by go ahead.
Can you say the same thing about the humanities? Can you say the same thing about art? Can you say the same thing about metaphysics? Can you say the same thing about politics or economics or anything else? And I think the answer on all of these things is the priority of the era is representation, not attainment of a goal that is worth attaining other than representation. And this is where we get to this. What I say in The War in the West is one of the deep underlying just questions we have to address, which is the game that our societies have decided to play worth playing? And does it mean that we effectively win out in the end or not? And let me flesh that out by saying what I mean is, let's say that across America and all other Western societies, we managed to completely nix the representation game, and the diversity, inclusion, equity game was just solved. And that every board in America and every other Western country, Canada, Britain, you name it, every board had exactly the right representation or over-representation of minority groups, so that there was more trans people on every board, more black people, more minority ethnic people on every board, or exactly the percentage that replicated the percentage in the country. And that every board and every workforce across every imaginable discipline and every industry exactly replicated, of course, as I don't need to tell you the absurdity of this, but that you had exactly 50% female firefighters and exactly 50% of the police were women. And if in America 13% of the population are black, then 13% of the police are black, and on and on and on. And the same with engineers, and the same with electricians, and the same with absolutely everybody, computer programmers, a lot. Let's say you get to there. Do you beat China? I don't know that the question's at all clear. The answer's at all clear to that question. My own
Discord, YouTube, Rumble, Instagram, WhatsApp, Telegram. They're all full of fucking wrong uns, bro. It's wrong uns everywhere.
Suspicion is actually it's a game that we're playing for politeness reasons and for some justifiable reasons in certain areas. And I give the example in the book saying actually it makes sense to have, for instance, a police force that represents the community pretty accurately. But do you actually need your, for instance, your basketball teams or your computer programmers all to also completely accurately represent the population? And to have complete representation, it doesn't seem to me that you win any particular game from doing so, other than satisfying the game that the West has decided to play for the time being. But at the end of that game,
well, you win if you regard holding those positions as a reward that's equivalent to privilege rather than as the opportunity to do something productive in and of itself, right? And so, because that seems to be part of the conceptualization is, well, your job is a reward to be doled out rather than something that's productive in relationship to valuable ends. And you mentioned the humanities earlier too. I don't think there is humanities outside of the canon. So science is nested inside an underlying ethic that presumes that, let's say, the universe is understandable, that there's some association between that and logic, that pursuing the truth in relationship to knowledge of the world has this redemptive quality, and that there are very careful ways of doing that. But the humanities is also nested, but even in some sense more self-evidently inside the idea of a canon. And that canon is traditional. And if you throw out the traditional canon, I think by definition you throw out the humanities.
And well, I mean, as you know, in the chapter on culture, I go into this because I think by this stage it is clear that there is not an aspect of Western culture that has not been assaulted at such a fundamental and dishonest level that if you were to continue this game, there's just nothing left. Nothing. The British Library in 2020 announced that they were going to create a list of authors whose work was in the British Library, including manuscripts and important documents by these authors, who had some connection to the slave trade or colonialism. And they produced this sort of blacklist of authors, including the late poet laureate Ted Hughes, who died in 1998, who was born in considerable poverty in Yorkshire in the 1930s, who had nothing to do with the British Empire. And the British Library claimed that one of his ancestors in the 17th century had benefited from the slave trade. I mean, this isn't even the sins of the father debate anymore. This is the sins of the ancestor 4 centuries earlier debate. And by the way, it turned out, among other things, that the British Library can't even get researchers these days, because the researchers turned out to have selected a person called Nicholas Ferrer, who actually was opposed to the slave trade and wasn't an ancestor of Ted Hughes. So they weirdly just decided to posthumously defame somebody. And this isn't at all uncommon. The Tate Gallery in London, I give an example, one that I might come on to, is particularly painful to me, but there's an example of one of the masterpieces they have in there. I don't know if you know the work, but it's a beautiful painting called The Resurrection Cookham by Stanley Spencer, one of the great mid-century British artists. And it's a huge, vast canvas, which the Tate is exceptionally lucky to have, painted in the 1930s, and it is a depiction of the physical resurrection of the dead at the Day of Judgment. And they're all coming out of their tombs in the graveyard of his local church in the village of Cookham. And it's a profoundly moving painting to me. I've always been, I used to occasionally in my lunchtime just go to sit in front of this canvas. Some of the dead coming out of the tombs are recognizably, apparently, neighbors of Spencer's from his village. But he wanted to show the resurrection of all humanity. So he also includes, there are black men and women coming out of some of the graves as well. He didn't have to do that, but he wanted to show the literal representation of the actual physical resurrection. Well, the Tate now has a descriptor beside this sublime painting, saying that it is a racist painting, because whereas Stanley Spencer accurately depicts his neighbors from his village in England, the black people in the painting are generic black people copied from National Geographic magazine of the time. Well, Stanley Spencer didn't have any black neighbors, so what? So what? There weren't any black people in his village in the 1930s in England. And how dare these people, but they've done it now on everything.
Well, they get to be morally superior. They get to be morally superior to a genius.
They get to be morally superior to a genius, but what concerns me is that they pull down a sublime thing into their banal, monotone, utterly monomaniacal view of the world, which is that race is the only thing that matters. Let me give you one other example, if I may, because it's particularly painful to me. There's a wonderful painter, an artist I'm very fond of, called Rex Whistler. English artist from the early 20th century. Everybody adored him. He was clearly an exceptionally lovable human being and an exceptionally talented artist. And his first artwork was a mural for the Tate that he did in his early 20s. And he worked all around the clock for months and months on end to complete this mural called In Pursuit of Rare Meats. It's a fantasy, a beautiful fantasy landscape, and an Arcadian landscape that goes around all four walls of the gallery. And a couple of years ago, a group whose name was White Pube, only consisting of a couple of people, decided that this mural was racist. And they decided it because of two figures, one of whom was a Chinese figure they said was generic, and the other was because in one corner of the forest, in one of the bits of the restaurant, a tiny figure about 2 inches high, is a young black boy clearly in distress being pulled on a chain by a woman in a white frilly frock. Now, clearly, Rex Whistler, he always included sort of ugly things like this. There's a drowning child, drowning white child elsewhere in it. It's clearly et in Arcadia ego, you know? That's clearly what he's saying. He was always saying this. All of his work always included this. You know, there'd be a tomb, or he even painted himself in things as a lowly street sweeper, you know. And he had a wonderful sense of humor and a wonderful and dark sense of the macabre nature of all things, even in Arcadia. This was decided 2 years ago by the Tate to be a racist painting. And they have closed the room until further notice. They looked into whether or not they could actually remove, after 100 years, actually remove this from the walls of the gallery. And it seems that they can't because part of it's on plaster. So they've locked the room. And the reason I mind this, among many other reasons, is because they have posthumously declared Rex Whistler to be a racist. They said that he reflected the racist attitudes of his time. Rex Whistler died on his first day in action in Normandy in 1944. How dare these people do this? How dare they do it to everybody in our past, to all of our heroes, to all of our artistic heroes? How dare they say that the story of the West is purely a story of racism and xenophobia and colonialism and slavery? How dare they not even bother to weigh that up, as I say in one point in the book, weigh it up against just, let's name a few cities: Paris, Florence, Rome, Venice, just for starters. How dare they not be able to even weigh up the achievements that have come from this allegedly unremittingly terrible past? But worse than that, and the point I really wanted to make, Jordan, is what they are driving us to, and I feel it very, very strongly myself, is how dare you do this to our ancestors? How dare you do this to all of our heroes? And then the follow-on thought is this: if you have no respect for my ancestors, I see no reason why I should have respect for yours. If you have no respect for my past and my culture, I don't see why I should continue to say that I have respect for yours. If you have nothing good to say about me, why should I have anything good to say about you? And what I suggest is that in the West at the moment, we are in a potentially short holding pattern, a holding pattern based on politeness. Or, as Kenneth Clark, Lord Clark of Civilization, put it, that fundamental aspect of Western culture, courtesy. We are in a period of courtesy where we have been willing to say, okay, you can keep rampaging through the past of the West and assaulting my ancestors and insulting my predecessors and saying all of these negative things about my past. And I am pretending for the time being, or saying out of courtesy, that you can do this, and I will put up with it for a time. And I will even say, and there are these other ways of knowing, and so on. But there is a moment there where that absolutely stops. And as I say at the end of the book, as you know, Jordan, I say there's a very clear place where you can do that. The courtesy stops at a certain point, and it stops when you say, you know what? this politeness seems not to be working for us. So let's go for the impolite things. And the impolite things that can be said are legion. And nobody should want to go there. But that's where we're being led.
So these great cities that you point to and the great achievements that went along with them, to me, they're the consequence of the manifestation of the best of the human spirit, universally speaking, that was made possible by societies that recognized the existence of the best. And so that was a precondition.
Yes.
And to associate them in some sense with Western culture, with white culture, and then to associate them with nothing but the spirit of oppression is to simultaneously deny that that spirit exists and can produce things of universal transcendent value. And I can't see that that's going to be good for anyone except for people who can make moral hay of that in the short term to ratchet themselves up, to produce for themselves positions of authority that would not be available to them if they weren't able to weaponize guilt and claim the moral upper hand.
Yes. Well,
so let me ask you another question. One of the accusations that's levied at me from fairly frequently is that my concern about such things, which I would say in many ways is similar to yours, is evidence of I'm exaggerating. This is illusory. None of this is actually happening. Point to the evidence exactly. And I think, well, I see it in the spread of such ideas in the universities and then downstream into culture, but people aren't particularly awake to that fact. I mean, in my home province in Ontario, there's a bill that purports to be anti-racist that's going to transform the entire education system by fiat into a system that is part of the war on the West, let's say, and people who conduct that war will be rewarded for that. How do you know that? Why do you believe that this is a serious concern?
Well, because as I say, they've decided to come for absolutely everything. Because it's not just a Judeo-Christian tradition of the West, but the Enlightenment tradition of the West too. It's the religious tradition and the secular tradition. It's the American politicians and leaders and presidents who were on the side of the South in the Civil War and the ones who are on the side of the North. It comes for people who owned slaves and those who were opposed to slavery. It comes for people who were in favor of empire and those who were against empire. It comes for those who lived in the era of empire and everyone who lived before it and everyone who lived after it. The people who lived in the era of slavery and all of the people who live after it. It's so comprehensive. And I mean, you mentioned Canada just now. There's a highly pertinent example, which is that insane spate of church burning that went on in your native country a year ago. Just to remind people, there was a claim that graves of Indigenous children were found beside what had been a school, and it had been run by the Catholic Church, and that these were graves of children therefore murdered by the Catholic Church. And in no time, prominent figures in Canada, I list some of them in the book, and you know some of them as well, Jordan, start to tweet out things like "burn it all down." And churches, including Indigenous-built churches in Canada, go up in flames across parts of the country. Well, in what other situation would that have been regarded as being something you just shrug off? And by the way, to date, no evidence has been produced of these alleged mass graves. It happened on the basis of an investigation using ultrasound that turns out not to have yet produced one grave. So we are so primed. We are so primed at this idea that, for instance, the Catholic Church, which I am not a defender to the death or anything, but that institutions like that are so evil that they deliberately killed children in countries like Canada, hid them in mass graves, and now you can burn down the churches if you want. What other religious tradition in Canada would be allowed to be treated like that in the present? Or would it be just sort of brushed off that it happened? It happens all around us, and it's not just in the academies, as you know. It's spilt out many years ago. It's everywhere, and it now has this completely physical manifestation on the streets. When the so-called 1619 riots kicked off, and just to remind readers, this is the 1619 project, which tries to completely reframe all of American history to say that the heroic story of America is not a story of heroism, it's one of slavery and subjugation, which is why they started in 1619. When the riots after the death of George Floyd began, the murder of George Floyd began in 2020, somebody says they should be called the 1619 riots, and the woman who fronted the 1619 project at the New York Times, so we're not talking about some kooky, far-out fringe publication, says the 1619 riots, I'd be honored. And these are the riots where, sure, they start to pull down statues of General Lee. Okay, wouldn't go to the wall for that one at all. But then it's Jefferson, and then it's Lincoln. And then it's absolutely every damn figure in American history who ends up getting assailed. Well, that's no longer a theoretical thing. That's not just students reading Derrida. That's not just papers on Foucault. This is a manifestation of some of their thought, often by people who've never read them. But this is long ago the spilling out even of their own thought, simply into this thing where the era decides everything in our own past must be scoured. What's to come after? They don't tell us any more than they tell us what the other ways of knowing might be.
What are you trying to accomplish with the book, Douglas, do you think, apart from clarifying your own thoughts?
Quite a number of things. One is to alert people to the scale of what is being attempted against Western countries. Another is to point to the unfairness of it, the simple unfairness of it, the unjustness of it. Another is to arm people with the, I think, reasonable and correct rebuttals to it, to remind people of the context of history and the context of the rest of the world, so that we get ourselves and our own past in a proper light and get the rest of the world in a proper light.
You have an interesting interlude in there. So there's 4 chapters: race, history, religion, and culture. And there's 3 interludes: China, reparations, and maybe the most interesting, or the one that struck me most particularly, was an interlude on gratitude. And so you elevate that as a moral virtue, and it's the antithesis in some sense of a resentment for history. A gratitude. Talk about that for a bit. Why that value particularly?
Well, as you know, it's one you've thought about a lot and spoken and written about a lot. It's one that a number of my friends have, and I just. It's been one of the underlying things in my life, and whenever I'm asked to sort of explain, as it were, why I come to some of the conclusions I come to on things, I come back to this term. Our late friend Roger Scruton, I think actually the last thing he wrote, I quote in the book, was a diary for the Spectator where he reflected on the last year of his life. And Roger said to approach death is to approach what life really means. And what it means is gratitude. Now, that was the last thing he wrote. I thought about it a lot. I quote Dostoevsky, as you know, from The Brothers Karamazov, where the devil is incapable of gratitude, which I would think is deeply telling and brilliant. Only Dostoevsky would dismiss it.
Well, it's so interesting that. Right, exactly. Well, that was also penned at about the same time that Nietzsche was pointing to resentment as the driving force behind movements, for example, that later became revolutionary Marxism.
Yes.
And outlining the moral hazard associated with that.
Well, exactly, and Nietzsche and some other writers who come after him on resentment, I've spent a lot of time reading in recent years. I think that resentment is along with that desire for revenge in the name of justice, one of the absolutely underlying drivers of our time. Many of the great philosophers realize this. Resentment is a terrifically strong driver. And as Nietzsche and others said, it's a terrific way to avoid any culpability, because there's only the only way, as you well know, the only way to turn around resentment is apart from gratitude, would be for the person of resentment to recognize that there is a reason why they feel resentment, and that there is a person who is responsible for the things that they are angry about, but that the person is themselves. This is, of course, such a profoundly disturbing, life-disturbing thing to acknowledge that almost nobody deeply embedded in resentment can. Why we always look for excuses. We always put it on other people. It's so hard to take responsibility ourselves for what has not gone wrong in our own life. So much harder compared to putting it on any other group of people or another individual, a person we believe has done us wrong, or a group we believe has done us wrong. It's so easy to manipulate our species against other groups of people. My God, what's the history of the Jews but a history of people pouring their resentments onto this tiny group of people for daring to continue to exist and thrive across societies. The history of anti-Semitism is that, as it is in our own days, the great explanation for where some people can pour their resentment. But the main thing that you have to count, and I've long said this to conservatives in my own country and elsewhere, is you have to address things at an equally deep level. And when people say, I can't remember if we've talked about this before, but when people say, for instance, how will the right respond to the left on this issue? You very often see things like, well, we'll need to do more house building on brownfield sites or something like this. And I say, you're mad. I mean, you're countering resentment. Like you can't do that with a bit of bureaucratese. Now, how can you counter resentment? It is only, I believe, by gratitude. It is only by completely inverting that sentiment. And I think that in our own lives, as well as in societies, this is eminently possible. You and I both know this. You can stand in front of a painting, and you could endlessly work out the cost that painting had what the cost of it had been. What the cost of it had been, for instance, were the people who worked in the workshop of this master adequately paid? Where there were paints that were sourced from specific minerals, were those minerals justly acquired, and were people along every stage of the process justly rewarded for providing the material? You could break that down endlessly, or you could stand back and marvel at the Madonna of the Rocks. You could stand in front of Michelangelo's Pieta, and you could think about what the workman who got the piece of marble out of the quarry went through, and whether they were adequately paid, and whether they had all of the life choices necessary for them to be able to decide whether they wanted to be quarriers in marble. Or you can stand back and marvel at Michelangelo's Pieta. You can do this in every city in Europe. You can look at Venice and say this was a trading city where not everyone was always adequately rewarded for their labor. Or you can marvel at Venice. You can do this on absolutely everything. Everything can be deconstructed to this utmost point at which you cannot see the value in anything, because you claim to be looking for the checks and the bills, historically speaking, and in the present day. And it is such a a reductive, mean-minded, obsessive way that our era actually is looking at things. It actually is tearing everything apart in this way. It actually is looking for racism everywhere. It is looking for colonialism and slavery and blame and guilt. And I just say, how about turning that around and saying, just have some damn gratitude for what you found yourself living among. And as I say, all I can suggest is that our age in the West has gone through a vast context collapse. And I'm very struck by the fact that many, many people, if not a majority, who come to the West from outside of the West do not share this ravenous hatred. I have a friend who's a school teacher in a school in London who has said before that one of the best ways to make sure that a pupil who is misbehaving, as it were, or playing up in a very dominantly, immigrant background school, one of the best ways to make sure that they change their life attitude is if they are taken back to the country of origin at some point in a school holiday by their parents, because they might not particularly like. They may be told in their school in New York or in London or Ontario that they are living in a patriarchal, racist society. But wow, when they go back and see their first and second cousins in Bangladesh, they come back with a different view. My view in general is that we in the West have undergone a massive context collapse about the nature of our own past, our own societies. I think we have to turn it around. I don't think it's sustainable to continue to war on ourselves and on every part of our own history, not least also because we deserve the right to have heroes and heroic narratives and things of which we're proud. We absolutely have that right, as every other society in the world does. So I'm trying to do a more reasonable audit on an era which I think has been deeply unreasonable to itself. As I say, this is a Western on Western crime that is being committed. It is completely possible to mend it. And that's why this very, very depressing subject matter in some ways, I try, as you know, by the end of the book, to show people, actually, this is positive. This is a way out. And these are the ways out. These are the ways in which you can try to turn the era of resentment into a personal and wider appreciation of gratitude and of getting things into a proper order and of getting things into a proper sense of themselves, because my God, we need it.
I've been trying to conceptualize gratitude as a form of courage. No, well, because there's evidence for tragedy and atrocity, obviously, and everywhere, and that can make you despair. That gratitude is also part of separating the wheat from the chaff, right? Is that you want to appreciate the things that are of high value. And so I wanted to ask, maybe close with one more question. It's a complicated question. Maybe I'll put it in two parts. You know, in the biblical narrative, the first two human beings that emerge in any real sense are Cain and Abel. They're the first who are born rather than directly created. And it's a rather depressing beginning point because they're fratricidal brothers. And Cain is bitter and resentful, and Abel makes the sacrifices that are acceptable to God and flourishes. And it's because of that flourishing that Cain decides to destroy him. And the depth psychology that I've read and the literary criticism tradition that's emerged from that suggests in some sense that those are the earliest manifestations of two patterns of deeply rooted patterns of behavior. One you might regard as the spirit of Abel, and the other, the spirit of Cain. And our era is characterized by this tremendous increase in the speed of communication. And it seems to me that that's produced an exaggeration of this battle. And it seems also to me in some sense that it is a theological battle. It's the anti-logos aspect of it is a theological battle, and that it has to be addressed in some sense at that level. And so I guess what I'm asking you is, well, first of all, what you think of those ideas, and second, if this is how this may have changed your views on, what would you say, the necessary truth of the religious suppositions that underlie the notion of the sovereignty of the individual. I guess that's.
Yes, I mean, I laid out in The Strange Death of Europe what I think of as being not just my own, but certainly modern Europe's current malaise in regards to the Christian tradition, the difficulty of it. I think, as you've also said in the past, I've often tried to live with what Cardinal Ratzinger, when he was still Cardinal Ratzinger, it said as the invitation to live as though God exists, which I thought was a deeply brilliant invitation, a very generous invitation, actually, from a soon-to-be Pope. I think, as I've expressed a number of times recently, that in any case, you need a tradition to come from in order to know what the others are, and that the modern idea that, as it were, you can splash around among all of the faith traditions of the world as a child and come out more roundly formed seems to me to be doing everything exactly in reverse, and that really the way in which a child to be reared is in one tradition, so that they can then go out having been versed in one tradition and know the others, discover the others as they go along. But the complexity of that is something that only an adult can go through. You know, you can only understand the things that the traditions have in common if you know the one that you've come from, and you can only actually admire them, other traditions, on their own terms, really, if you know and have some reverence for the one that you've come from. Otherwise, it's all just a sort of mishmash of yoga-like banalities. I certainly know how much I owe personally to this tradition, and I know my deeply complex, conflicted, and inadequate answers to it. It's, you know, I often have to fall back on quotes, but I'm not Jewish. I'm Christian by upbringing, but I remember somebody I mentioned earlier, late friend Rabbi Sachs. He once said to me, he said that Isaiah Berlin, friend, was once asked what it meant to be a Jew, and he said to be a Jew is to have a sense of history, and Jonathan Sachs said Isaiah was almost right. And he said, and I said, what do you mean? He said, I corrected him. He said, to be Jewish is to have a sense of memory. It's a pretty good clarification. I think one has a role in society to have a sense of memory. And in that case, if you're from a society like I am, like you are, that memory is absolutely God-haunted and Christ-haunted. Biblically haunted, and there's no way around that. And I don't resist it. I also long ago came to the same conclusion that Roger Scruton did, and he encouraged me to, which was, at least don't war on it, you know. And there's many other things that are worth warring on, but unless and until the Christian religion was to return to the stage of that it was at in parts of Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries, there's no need to. I don't see the Episcopalian Church in America, for instance, as particularly requiring my critique. So I do have I have a complex attitude towards it, but I try to remain in dialogue with the religion, is the way I would put it, and not to close the door. I think that's one of the.
Well, I think I told you when we met, possibly, that the word Israel means those who wrestle with God.
Yes, Yes.
And that's very interesting as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
That's the nature of belief in some sense, is to wrestle with the notion of what constitutes the highest virtues.
Well, the former Bishop of Edinburgh was a sort of secularist himself by the end of his career, but a deeply distinguished and humanist figure called Richard Holloway once rather beautifully said that everyone assumes that the opposite of faith is doubt, but the opposite of doubt is faith, but it isn't. It's certainty. Certainty is the problem in that mix. So perhaps having conflicted views is inevitable, if not necessary. As for Cain and Abel, isn't one of the many things in that story the fact that, as so often in the early books of the Bible, the Torah, that you're being reminded that you're both people? I mean, that everyone has both of these things in their hearts, and that just as we the path, both these paths are always open to all of us. Isn't that what one of the things that we're being told?
Well, we're always tempted by the desire to get away with insufficient sacrifices, to cut corners and to not do things as well and at as much cost as we might. We're all tempted by, what would you say, the spirit of revenge that we might allow to inhabit us if we became sufficiently bitter. We're all tempted to tear down our ideals because they also simultaneously judge us. We're all tempted to shake our fist at God. But if that spirit gets the upper hand, well, the consequence for Cain is that his sin is so much that he cannot bear it. And I believe that if we in the West tear down everything of value because we've given too much sway to the spirit of resentment and revenge, the consequences for us all will be something so cataclysmic that we won't be able to bear it.
And I couldn't agree more. And we come back to this thing that we don't know what it would be. If the men of resentment had their way in what they're doing and pulled everything down as they are trying, pulled down all of our stories, all of our heroes, all of our history, all of our culture, read our culture as a story not of admiration for the world and learning from the world, but actually theft from the world. If they did this on everything and succeeded as they're doing at the moment, what is it exactly at the end of this? Other than the other ways of knowing, what is it that lies there? And the one answer you can get for people is essentially a version of that thing that Tom Wolfe described in Radical Chic, the essay on the party at the Bernstein's apartment in New York in the early 70s that Leonard Bernstein, his wife, threw for the Black Panthers. And of course, Tom Wolfe fantastically destroys this obscene event where the liberal elite of New York are having canapes listening to these revolutionaries describing how they want to destroy and pull down the society they're in. And there's a wonderful moment in it where I think it's Otto Preminger, one of Bernstein's friends, is sitting in his chair, and he says to one of the Panthers, "But what are you going to do once you have pulled down all of the existing structures? But what are you going to do?" And he keeps pushing this Panther on this until this Black Panther says, "You can't put a blueprint on the future, man." And Leonard Bernstein leans forward in his chair and says, "You mean you're just going to wing it?" And that's really what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who don't know what they're going to do. They're going to pull everything down and then wing it.
Well, if we undermine that which unites us, right? And if we're united around something like recognition of the value of the individual, the divine sovereignty of the individual, let's say, if we pull that down and destroy it, then it's the war of every conceivable group against every other conceivable group. That's Absolutely. The only alternative that I can see, because there's an infinite number of arbitrarily oppressed groups.
Absolutely. And I would just add a coda to that, which is, I think people should be very careful of what they wish for in this. As you know, at the end of the war in the West, I say, of all of the unpalatable answers, the one coming the way of the people who want to make this racial is worse than any. It would consist of saying, this thing that you believe is so appalling, right, we've been courteous enough. End of courtesy. Why don't we go to the Aboriginal peoples or the First Nations peoples for any vaccines? Why don't we find other ways of knowing for cancer cures? Why are all of these things products of the thing that you say you hate? And the people that for politeness' sake, everyone says can also contribute and do in certain ways, but are not better than this, that the other ways of knowing are actually worse. And then if you say, oh, and by the way, that's not universal after all, because you've told us it isn't, it's just ours. Wow, is the 21st century hell.
Well, as far as I can tell from delving into it, that the end goal of the spirit of Cain is hell.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And we've been warned about that for a very long time.
And still have
the
to
background.
learn it.
Yes, well, the 20th century might not have been enough. I hope it was.
That's a horrible thought, but I agree.
So this book is coming out April, you said 26th?
26th.
So it describes the battle of ideas that currently is tearing our culture apart, and I would say in some real sense destabilizing the entire world. And so people can read it and they can draw their own conclusions and see their own way forward. But it's an alarm bell and it should be ringing loud. Anything else, Mr. Murray?
No, just to remind, I would just add, since you did say at the beginning that it was very depressing, it's also quite amusing, if I say so myself, in places. And I have to put in that plug. I agree that what I describe is highly depressing, but it is, as I say, I try to show a way out, and I do actually try to give readers some fun along the way, and you can't not, because some of what I'm attacking is so risible that once again, when I was doing the audiobook, as I was for The Madness of Crowds, there were points I had to say to the sound engineer, I'm sorry, the reason I'm laughing so much, I promise, it's not my own jokes. It's that the things I'm reading, when you read them out loud, are so even more ridiculous than they are on the page. But yeah, it may be gloomy in places, but there is fun along the way.
Good to talk to you again.
Always great to see you, Jordan. Thank you.
Free speech is the crucial idea which underpins our democracy. We have the right to express ourselves freely. No one has the right to tell us what we can and can't say. I may, as the saying goes, disagree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. Because, put simply, you can't have a truly free society without free speech. But lately, free speech has been under attack. In this new age of so-called wokeness, of hypersensitivity and identity politics, greater restrictions have been imposed on what's considered acceptable to say. It seems anyone can claim offence and silence those who put forward ideas they disagree with. Best-selling British author Douglas Murray believes we may be witnessing the slow death of free speech. He spoke in Paris last month alongside left-wing Dutch politician Sylvana Simons.
I'm looking forward to discussing this. I've been thinking about this subject for a long time, and as was just mentioned, wrote a book that just came out in English, German, I think it's about to come out in French and other languages, called The Madness of Crowds, which is an attempt to try to think about some of these things that are going on, some of the, what I describe as crowd madnesses that particularly the online world encourages, where very often we cancel people, destroy people for saying something that everyone thought until 24 hours ago. And we're making up and evolving a lot of our ethics and I'd say the metaphysics as we go along. And it's very confusing. However, I think we can identify certain trends that are going on. And one of them is that there are a set of what I describe as tripwire issues, which any journalist, citizen, absolutely anybody, if they just nick one of these tripwires with their foot, can find causes total career implosion. They, broadly speaking, there are a few others, but I say they come down roughly to gay, everything to do with women, particularly relations between the sexes, everything to do with race, and absolutely everything to do with trans. So I decided to do a chapter on each in my latest book to try to say what are the discussions we perhaps ought to be having and the ones that we're not having. Now, I'm very conscious, by the way, that a lot of this, I just throw this out for particularly for English speakers in the audience, or all English speakers, but all people from English-speaking nations, that a lot of these phenomena at the moment seem to me to be particularly prevalent in Britain, America, Canada, Australia. A number of other countries, particularly across Europe, do have bits of it, but including France, but almost nowhere, actually nowhere as virulently as in the countries I've just listed. And that's worth bearing in mind. I think it's a very interesting question as to why it's particularly virulent in these countries, these discussions go on. So what is it that's going on? Well, let me, as it were, do the opposite of straw manning and try to steel man this, because this is something I also happen to agree with. It seems that one of the things we're trying to do is a very noble aspiration, and it's something like this. We're trying to come to a position where somebody with a competency, indeed anybody with a competency in a particular area, is never held back from achieving what they could achieve because of some characteristic. So no young girl growing up anywhere thinks they can't be something because they're a girl. Nobody who's LGBT thinks they can't get anywhere because of their sexuality, and nobody, whatever their skin color, is held back from anywhere because of their skin color. That seems to be almost agreed upon. I put it out there as I say, it's one that almost across political sides, you could say, is a common aspiration. The problem that I try to identify and go into, among other things, is what if we're, in trying to achieve that, doing something that's making things an awful lot worse? Now, it is, as you all know, incredibly unwise for any man to talk about women. So I'm going to completely duck that one today. It's extremely unwise to talk about race if you have my skin color. So I'm also going to duck that one. And let me today just focus on the one crampon that I have on the edifice of social justice, which is the G bit in LGBT. And I'm going to treat myself to showing you an example of what I think is going on, which is very unwise in the media, just on this area. Now, let me give you, I'm going to give you a couple of examples of what I would describe as an overcorrection that's happening in the media on this issue, as I would argue in others as well. And I'm going to focus on two news organizations quickly, the BBC and the New York Times. I'm not singling them out for any reason other than that they are very prominent news organizations with well-deserved international reputations. One weekend in 2018 on the BBC's website, the front page news website and the BBC, one of the top stories was that the diver Tom Daley had felt inferior about his sexuality, but that it had given him motivation to succeed. This was one of the top stories on the website. It was 5 years after Daley had come out, and just underneath that was news that a tsunami in Indonesia had killed at least 800 people. 1 day later, and the BBC's front page of the news website had as one of its lead stories that day, the news that a minor reality television star in Britain called Ollie Locke had announced that he and his fiancée, Gareth Locke, were going to join their surnames to become the Locks after their forthcoming nuptials. Underneath that was the headline that the death toll in Indonesia had risen significantly overnight. The New York Times, on the 16th of October 2017, this is the international edition of the New York Times. The business section leads with a 2-page story headlined, "Gay in Japan and No Longer Invisible." And it relays the story of a Japanese businessman who had come out in his office in Tokyo and nobody had any problem with it. And what's more, as the story went on to say, Japan isn't a very homophobic society. So this was, man comes out in not very homophobic country and nobody cares. But that was the 2 pages of lead news story in the New York Times. If you turned to the culture section in the New York Times that day, there was a picture of 2 men dancing, and it was the news that the New York City Ballet had decided to turn one of the female roles into a male role so that 2 men were dancing together, and they had a massive news story about what an incredible breakthrough this was in the obviously previously very virulently heterosexual world of ballet. So, but for some reason we have fallen, and we can get into why perhaps, into this very strange fragmented view of society which fragments along these very specific lines. And I'm going to finish because I'm conscious of the clock, but I just wanted to finish by saying this. What if all of this isn't making things better? What if it isn't erasing these differences? What if it isn't saying to people you can be whatever you want to be, but it's actually making these differences accentuated? It's playing off races against each other, it's playing off the sexes against each other, it's playing off sexual minorities against majorities. What if we're not doing something that's making things better, but just doing something that's making it an awful lot worse? Thank you.
Thanks, Douglas. The guy you see on the screen right now is Ben van der Kooi. And last night, Dutch media outlet Rijnmond.nl, that serves as a regional broadcaster and is partly publicly funded, published a big portrait, as they call it, of him, of Ben van der Kooi, highlighting his patriotic activism. The rest of us in the Netherlands know that van der Kooi is a multiple convicted neo-Nazi who got to speak freely in a written piece online and a podcast facilitated by a public news source. Less than a week ago, in the city of The Hague, the city that is home to the International War Tribunal, the city that is also known as the City of Peace, the city where our national parliament resides, and also the royal city because of its residents, the royal family, thousands of progressive but mainly moderate Dutch people came together to protest Black Pete. For those of you who don't know, Black Pete is the much debated racist blackface character, part of the Dutch tradition of Sinterklaas, our Dutch version of Santa Claus. Supposed to be a yearly celebration of childhood innocence, Sinterklaas, a white saint, comes to town with his blackface helpers, who apparently are black from going through the chimney and leaving presents in children's shoes. As these people were protesting Black Pete, these activists who were protesting Black Pete were surrounded by a large number of police to protect them against extremely violent hooligans, neo-Nazis, and self-proclaimed white supremacists, such as Ben van der Kooi. How do I know they were extremely aggressive? Well, a week before this national demo and manifestation, while a small delegation of organizers were meeting up in preparation, they were attacked by the same group of people who claim that their freedom of speech and expression is under attack. Because a growing number of Dutch people claim that after 150 years, it's time to say goodbye to blackface, stereotyping black people and people of color and using colonial references to do so. In expression of their anger, they stormed the building wearing forage caps, shouting racial slurs. They threw fire bombs into the building, and the car of one of the front men of KOZP, this is the group of people protesting Black Pete, his car was completely smashed. The group of people that did that were about 50 to 60, ranging in ages from 13 to 50. 2 people are in custody at the moment relating to this incident. That's 2 out of the 60, and it means to me that 58 people were very much free to express themselves, even in the most aggressive and detrimental way possible, without any ramifications. In fact, the irony is that the mere reason my friends, party members and comrades were so brutally attacked in the first place is because of exercising their right to the freedom of speech by claiming that Black Pete is a racist caricature character. And I see no lie in that. Yet still, people, some of them politicians, some of them columnists, some of them journalists, some of them neo-Nazi hooligans are trying to silence us in speaking our truth. So I beg to differ that so-called political correctness or wokeness results in less free speech. I can safely say from my own personal experience that it seems to me that more can be said by some rather than, as well as less by others in the current political climate, at least in the Netherlands. Right-wing discourse is on the rise in my home country, and on a daily basis, people say the harshest things about non-binary people, women, people of color, Muslims, refugees, people with disabilities, undocumented people, basically everybody that isn't a white, male, able body of a certain age. 2 decades ago, this was unthinkable, or at least it would have been considered improper or just insulting. Issues like racial profiling by police, for example, are justified right now as a necessary evil, rather than recognizing its structural racism. Because you see, it's not that it is no longer allowed to say what you want to say. It's about being held accountable for what one says, taking responsibility for the words and the language that one uses. One has to be aware that words are not neutral, that they have histories and connotations, and one just cannot ignore that. Words have power, and they can reinforce systems of inequality and suppression. Thus, you can still use these words. You can still be free to speak. Yet you need to be aware of what you're saying, and that if your words are racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, well, somebody might just call you a racist, a sexist, a homophobe, or a transphobe. People will respond to it. So yes, you can say whatever you want to say. All you have to do is own your words and expect others to respond to what you're saying. So, as long as you own what you say, as far as I'm concerned, you can say anything. We can talk about anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. I think listening to both of you and looking at your work, what comes across to me is whether the struggle for rights, be they gay or gender, LGBT, whether the battle has been won or not, because many feel that they need to keep shouting, pushing with language, because they feel, for example, there is not equality in whatever sphere it is that we might want to talk about. So that could be gay rights, that could be women's rights, that could be racial justice. How do you feel, Douglas, when we talk about that? Do you feel, when I read your book, it came across to me that you feel a lot of the battles were almost won?
Well, I do. I use this analogy that in many of these areas, it's been my experience in my adult life that it's looked like watching a train reaching the desired destination, that is at the station of equality. And as it draws in, suddenly getting ahead of steam, shooting off down the tracks, off the tracks, and scattering people in its wake. What I mean by that is the weaponization of things at the stage at which they've never got better, where they're presented as if they've never been worse. And I just urge people to take their foot off that pedal a little bit. That isn't to say don't keep moving, but don't lean on heuristics you've come to very recently this hard.
Silvana, what would you respond?
Well, I always think it's necessary to really understand that even though my emancipation has reached a certain level where I can say that I now have certain privileges, it doesn't mean to say that that goes for everybody who's part of, let's say, that particular group that's identifying within a certain scope. So let's make it more concrete and say that it's fine if you're a female exec, like myself, for instance. I'm a female party leader. So it's easy for me to say that that's doable, that's possible. If I can do it, anybody can do it. But the fact of the matter is that a lot of young women who look like me do not have the same privileges and are still fighting so many battles that maybe I've overcome because of, Lord knows why, could be just my, my dominant character. But it's not to say that they have the same opportunities and the same privileges. So they still have a long way to go. And I know from experience that it's important for them to have role models and people that speak out on their behalf.
Well, let me pass it back to Douglas then. Do you feel you can always speak as freely as you want to?
Myself, yes. I think that I'm in as it were, a very privileged position. I know this from audiences and readers who are in touch with me, that increasingly the things I describe which have caused career destruction for very eminent people. I mean, thinking of things like the Nobel Prize-winning scientist Tim Hunt, who made this one joke at a conference in Korea, and by the time he'd landed in London, has lost every job he had. I'm saying this has happened to very prominent people. They've either said something that's not that popular anymore, or said something off color, and so on and so forth. But my point is that all of that stuff trickles down to the workplace. And what I'm struck by now is the extent to which people who are not self-employed journalists and writers feel that they can't say the things that some people in public can say. So, for instance, let me give one very quick example. I did this on the BBC the other week, that this issue came up with this pop singer, Sam Smith, who described himself as non-binary. And I got into a certain amount of trouble that didn't bother me, but because I said I don't think there's any such thing, or at least no one's explained what it is sufficiently for me to agree to it. Now, I know from feedback, including feedback in the studio from certain people at the BBC, that this is not an unpopular thing to say. I would think that if you went out to the general public and said, do you think there are people who are non-binary, and if so, can you say what they are? You'd get a fragment of 1% of people able to say that. And so my point on that is not that I've closed the argument on that, but we haven't had the argument on a whole set of things, and it seems only to be a few people who do have a voice in public who can have it.
Silvana, you're nodding your head, not in agreement.
Because I'm always surprised that certain people feel that they need to give their okay for other people to be or think something they don't necessarily understand. It doesn't matter whether I understand the beauty of physical love between two men. There's no point. You don't need my permission to feel and act. So why does Sam Smith or anybody else who considers himself non-binary needs permission from whoever? All that is up to us is to say, if this is important to you and it does not affect me in any type of way, in any type of negative way, I'm going to respect that. So if you say that you're offended by blackface every year, then I don't need to understand how come you're offended. All I need to do is say, this is not my intention. How can I fix it? And if you say you can fix it by stop acting that way, then that's what I'll do, because there is no point. People don't need your permission to be whoever they want to be.
Can I think it's slightly more complex than that, if I can say so.
Of course.
Let me give one reason why. Actually, the Sam Smith thing was significant. Again, sorry to go on about the BBC. The BBC's reporting of that immediately did what he asked, which was that they changed the pronouns. And some people think this isn't a big thing. Some of us do get a bit stuck on this.
I'm only interrupt you just so everybody
Sure,
is up to speed with the sense of, instead of he, she, him, her, non-binary people often want to use they, them. So it would be...
So my point was simply that if you haven't actually had this out in public, you haven't actually discussed much of it, it's a bit strange that a major news organization would slip into saying exactly what a person had asked themselves to be described as simply because they had asked for it.
Sounds like respect to me.
It's not
nothing more, nothing less.
It's not the same thing as respect, because it's something which we haven't had out. He himself said, I don't know what it means to be non-binary. So my suggestion was he should go away and think about it. And in the meantime, we shouldn't all mutilate the language to fit around it.
Why? If I come on this stage and I say to you, I would prefer for you to call me Mr. Simons, why is it a problem to you to just give me that respect?
But I'm afraid that because I care about the language, I didn't particularly want to say they was very good in their performance last night.
Well,
I'm not going to do it simply because of the... Now, sorry, there is a more important thing, if I may say so.
Yes, sure.
Which is that actually this one is a very niche bit of a thing. Whether a pop star thinks they're non-binary or genderqueer or whatever, is not that significant. Now, there is one that's very significant, which we're all tripping over now, which is the trans one. And you mentioned the thing about the phobia there. There is a real problem in our societies on this one, because actually in the media, people are petrified now of writing about this issue. But outside there in the country, as you can see from a new poll that's about to come out tomorrow, the general public are deeply concerned about being dismissed as transphobes when you're talking about how you deal with children. And that isn't a small concern. It's not just about pronouns. It's a legitimate concern of the general public about the well-being of children. I'm bothered when people make assertions which we haven't litigated in public yet. And on a whole set of issues at the moment, look, the way I see it is, I'm sure you're all people who've seen sheepdogs in operation, but if you see a sheepdog trying to get a herd of sheep, it doesn't need to go and force them into a corner. It goes and it not even nips, but pretends to nip around the edges. And that way you can make everyone move like this. There is a real and significant risk in our society with the free press at the moment that people coming and making very slight nips around the edges make the whole herd move in another direction. And that is exactly what's happened with this.
What are you worried about will be the end result?
I'm worried that we tell little lies and we get used to little lies and then we tell bigger ones. I think it's a lie to pretend that biology doesn't matter. I think it's unwise to pass those things through always simply because of courtesy. Courtesy, I happen to agree, is one of the bedrocks of society. It's very important to be courteous, but that's not... Courtesy has a limit, and the limit is when it makes people...
I used the word respect, and there's a big difference between courtesy and respect. Respect is what we absolutely need in order to live together on this planet as a diverse society, something that is hard to accept for certain people, but we are a diverse society. What we see happening is new perspectives coming in, new people saying we want to have our seat at the table because we can either represent ourselves or, as myself, have been given the mandate to represent certain groups of people. Now, those same people who for decades, if not hundreds of years, have been the dominant factor in deciding what is on the table, are afraid. I do understand. I don't understand what they're afraid of. I think I do, but I'd like to hear from them. And also, I don't understand why it is of such importance to them that other people emancipate in the way they think is best.
If I may just put one thing on the end of that. On the diversity issue, I entirely agree, of course. I mean, our societies are trying to cope with a very swift increase in diversity of the kind that we've been talking about.
There's always been diversity. There's always been diversity. There's always been black people, Asian people, different gender, people of different sexual preferences.
Of course, there's been some.
Always have been around.
Just one at a time, though, so we can.
Of course, there's been some, but I'm saying not like this, and we are struggling with it. And I would suggest there's a useful lesson for speech in this from a very good book by the Danish journalist Flemming Rose, who wrote a book called The Tyranny of Silence a few years ago. And he made a point that I think is just worth us bearing in mind, which is, he said, in his view, that there were only two ways you could go with dealing with an increasingly diverse society. You, broadly speaking, had the choice of limiting speech or having to get people used to the fact there'd be more speech than they'd ever been used to before. And of the two, the latter, despite how painful it is far more preferable. I think the interesting thing about the whole issue of offense is not, the problem with the claiming of offense is that it is not that it is, obviously sometimes people, a lot of the time people say things that are offensive. Happens to most of us every day. But the problem is not that. The problem is the use of I'm offended by that as effectively a synonym for shut up. That is commonplace, and that just needs some pushing back. My suggestion, for going from what somebody said at Vox a little while ago, was why don't we try to start working out, as an interim measure, listening to each other's words and trying to hear them honestly.
But why don't we start thinking about what we say and what we do before? Why don't we start there? Why don't we take responsibility for the things we say and do before we offend people?
I agree, but my suggestion is, I say, that if we could do this, if we could practice it across lines, it would mean that we try to listen to other people in the spirit of generosity. And what we're doing at the moment is deliberately listening to people in the hope that there is something underneath the words that we can work out and we can. So my suggestion is just start with that. But I'm so glad you raised it because it's the single most unaddressed question in our society that needs addressing.
It's been fascinating. You have listened to each other and you've spoken to one another, so this is wonderful.
Killed each other. How about that?
Thank you all for your questions as well. Thanks to Douglas and to Silvana.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you.
Saying more needs to be done, and Enver Solomon, CEO of the Refugee Council. Douglas, Enver, thanks for coming on the show today. Douglas, to begin, in your cover piece, you note that the number of migrants has reached record levels. Can you talk us through why?
Yes, of course. Everyone will be aware that this story has been developing in recent years. We have seen across Europe in the last decade an increase in illegal crossings from principally from Turkey and from North Africa into Mediterranean Europe. And we've seen a trickle in recent years of a similar movement across the English Channel from France to usually Dover or around the Dover area in the south of England. And this movement has been a political issue of a kind for some time. Viewers will remember that in 2018, the then Home Secretary Sajid Javid cut short his holiday to go and stare at the English Channel and say that he was getting a grip on this issue. This issue, however, hasn't gone away, however much politicians stare at water. And we've seen a very significant increase in the number of people coming illegally in recent months. And it's important to get the figures in some perspective. The number of migrants arriving was 4 times higher last year than it was the year before. That it was almost 2,000 people in 2019, and it was 8,500 in 2020. Now, the number for 2021, having quadrupled last year, the number for 2021 is already double that of last year. We've already seen in the first 6 months of this year more than 9,000 migrants arriving illegally by boat across the English Channel, and we've also seen the daily records for that exceeded, with a high in July of 430 people making the journey in just one day. So this has become an issue which politicians continue to pretend that they're going to address and continue to not address. And as I say in the piece, if they don't, then the numbers will simply grow and grow, because the pool of people who wish to come to the UK and who might be attracted by this idea of a parallel asylum system, where on the one hand there's the legal system, on the other hand there's the first across the channel in a dinghy competition, the number of people willing to do that is vast across many continents in the globe. And so I suggest it's a massive issue that the government needs to get a grip on. If it doesn't, it'll grow and become worse for the government.
Enver, do you think it's an issue that more people are trying and succeeding in terms of crossing the channel?
Well, it's important to put this in context. There are far fewer people coming to this country seeking asylum than there were a decade ago. We had a huge, far higher number, over 100,000 at one point when Tony Blair was Prime Minister. Last year, the numbers were down to around about 30,000. And if you look at the trend over the last 5 years, and as I say, over the last decade, it's a downward trend. Nevertheless, the numbers, as Douglas rightly says, coming across the channel have increased. And that, of course, poses a big challenge for our government, and it would do for any government of any colour, because when you have people coming across one of the world's busiest shipping lanes in very small boats, risking their lives, that is a huge issue, and it has to be addressed. But the context is really important here. The overall context is that the numbers coming to this country seeking asylum over the last few years and over the last decade has been declining, and it's important to recognise that.
Several things about that. One is, of course, it's not surprising that asylum claims were down last year, because most of the world was in lockdown, and it's very hard to draw the trajectory of the last decade, not least also because the movement you're talking about, of course, in the previous decade under Labour was significantly to do with intra-EU migration. It was to do with the British government losing control of Britain's borders, in part because of our membership of the EU. One of the things that caused the British public to vote to leave the EU in 2016 was the idea that the British government would be more capable of controlling the British borders after leaving the EU than it was before. So that's why it's a particular political problem for this government. Movement and migration ebbs and flows. But if after a government has been mandated by the public with tidying up its asylum and immigration system, and in fact is seen to be losing control of it in such a visible way, then I think this is a problem. And just one other point on this, which is that it's important, of course, to bear in mind that this whole issue of the signal that you give out as a country. The people who are trying to cross the channel illegally at the moment have gone through multiple safe countries before doing so. They do not have to come to Britain. They are choosing to come to Britain. They do not have to pay the smuggling gangs thousands of pounds to go across the channel. They are choosing to do that and choosing to leave safe EU countries. And if the government in the UK encourages that movement, then, as I say, the number of people who will like to follow is limitless, because we are talking here not just about people who are fleeing, for instance, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, But as we saw recently in the surge of arrivals the other week, people from Vietnam, for instance, there are people from sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, across the world, people who are suffering economic deprivation, who would like to come to the UK, and who the UK cannot allow to come.
But just on that, Douglas, as he just put across there, but also in his cover piece, talks about the fact that the current arrangement privileges those who can afford entry, can afford to make that journey, and also encourages people smugglers. Do you agree with that?
Look, I think it's really important here to understand the context. Even when we had inward migration from the EU, the main countries of those nationalities coming here seeking asylum were not from the European Union. That was a separate migration challenge. This is an issue which goes back right to when this country, and we're talking about it on a very significant day, 7 decades since this country, along with other countries, put its name to the UN Convention on Refugees. And Conservative Prime Ministers since Churchill, all the way up to David Cameron, have stuck to a very important principle. And that principle is that those people who come to this country claiming that they need protection should be given a fair hearing on UK soil. And if they need protection, they should be given it. And if they don't need protection, they should be sent back. And indeed, today, in the front line, in the fight against COVID, if you look at people working in the NHS, there are Afghan doctors who had no choice but to get here in the back of a lorry. There are people who came from Iran fleeing oppression, who are top-level surgeons. And indeed, if you look across the arts, if you look across education, if you look across business, there are many refugees who are making an incredible contribution to this country, proud to be Britons, playing by the rules, paying their taxes and contributing to this country in an incredible way. And it's very important that as a nation, we continue 7 decades after the UN Convention to stick to that key principle that, as I say, many Conservative Prime Ministers have continued to stick to, which is if you come here with a case for refugee protection, you are given a fair hearing.
There are 2 important things to say about that. The first is just to address the fiction that the arrivals coming over by boat from France are all going to end up being surgeons, doctors, leading academics and statisticians and much more. It's not the case. It's the fantasy of the pro-open borders lobby that everybody.
Charles, can I just say, sorry to interrupt, but I'm not advocating pro-borders. What I'm simply advocating, if you let me finish, please, Charles, come on, you've had a lot to say. What I'm advocating is the UN Convention on Refugees. Now, the UN Convention on Refugees, just let me finish, please let me make my point. I'm not interrupting you. The UN Convention on Refugees is very clear, and it upholds the principle that if you are fleeing oppression, war, terror, and you come to this country, you can make a claim for protection. And indeed, we have done that for decades. There are many people across this country who have come from Afghanistan. Indeed, we brought together refugees earlier this week across 7 decades, people that had fled Idi Amin in Uganda, people that had fled Hungary and the communist totalitarian regime. All individuals that came here made a claim for protection under the UN Convention and were given protection. What I'm advocating is that we adhere to that. By no means am I advocating open borders, because if people don't have a legitimate claim for protection or a need for protection, absolutely they should be sent back to the country from which they have come from, and they should be supported to do that.
I'm very glad to hear you say that, but yet you're encouraging the breaking of the law and the breaking of the asylum procedures by advocating, or indeed encouraging, the illegal movement of people across the channel. And as I say, we have an asylum system. I think
the UN Convention is not breaking the law.
Please, you said a moment ago that you hadn't interrupted me, and you just have again. It's extremely deleterious for our country to be in a situation where we encourage the breaking of the law by migrants who you then pretend afterwards are going to never break the law again and are all going to become doctors and surgeons. But let's just address the bigger issue, which is a fundamental one, which is that you know as well as I do that UN Convention for the UK is a polite fiction. It relies on of it not being the case that very many people are going to make it to the UK and then claim asylum. The people you talked about who come from, for instance, Afghanistan, have, as I say, walked across multiple safe countries. They are looking at Europe as a buffet that they choose from, not as a haven to try to reach. And it is exceptionally important that we as a country understand this in the modern context. You keep the context. The context we are in now is very different from that 7 decades ago. We have not just the ability to see how the rest of the world is living through our smartphones and much more, and people across Africa have these devices, but we can go and move around much more easily than at any time previously. In the current era, there are people from across the Middle East, the Far East, North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, all wishing to move to Europe, and Britain is one of the countries they would like to come to. 1/3 of people in Sub-Saharan Africa polled by Gallup last year said they would like to move. They do not want to move to the Middle East, they want to move to Europe, they want to move northwards. Now, my suggestion is that in that context, Britain has to be realistic about what our capabilities are of providing a haven for the world's poor, dispossessed, and much more. I think we are a small country. We should have small ambitions about this. We cannot be the haven for anyone in the world who wishes to have a better life to come in and try to make that better life here. It's impossible. But as I say, we've been running on the polite fiction of recent decades, and I'd like us not to keep up that fiction.
Enver, just on that, do you think the current situation is sustainable? If we look at the current numbers, is that a situation that can go on?
Well, the numbers are down, but I'm not interested in arguing about numbers. I'm interested in us as a nation approaching this with compassion and committing to what I think has always been a great British value that, as I say, many Conservative prime ministers have been proud to adhere to, which is that if people come here with the need and a claim for protection, that should be looked at. And if they have a need that meets the threshold, they should be given protection. And we have done that for 7 decades, as I say. If you go around this country, it was really fascinating, Katie. I actually did an interview about this on Sky News this morning. And the presenter himself said to me, look, my family came here fleeing a totalitarian regime in Europe and were given protection here under the convention. And that says to me that his family and his background is not an isolated case. There's many people that will be watching this that will have connections through their families to individuals who have come here and have been given protection if they need protection. And that's something that we should be proud of as a nation, to be compassionate and to give people that opportunity to have safety and protection here. And we should continue to do that.
And Douglas, in your piece, you talk about the need for a tougher response in terms of the government's response. What do you think they should be considering?
A whole range of proposals. The first is they could follow the example the Greeks have set in the last couple of years and simply turn around the boats in the Channel. That'd be much preferable to the British Coast Guard effectively acting as a wing of the smuggling operation by picking people up a few miles into the Channel and then ferrying them to the UK. They could try to follow the Australian precedent and offshore people wishing to come, make sure that their applications are processed elsewhere than on British soil, because as Enver knows, in actual fact, once you're in, it's extremely hard for the British government to repatriate. It's all sorts of reasons why they don't do it and why it ends up not happening and being kicked down the road. And another option is to follow our colleagues and friends in Denmark, who have managed to introduce numerous restrictions in recent years to ensure that migration into Denmark has gone down by something like 9 times in the last few years. So, Australia, Greece, Denmark, these are all also very distinguished liberal democracies. They all have a fine liberal tradition, and they've also realized that they can hold on to the principle of legality and of borders, and that they can do so without anyone but a relatively small fringe of people claiming that they are some kind of beyond the pale countries.
Enver, which of those options do you think has merit?
Well, I think this is a global issue, very much in the way that climate change is a global issue. And of course, it's a challenge for every Western government when you have people who are being displaced on the scale that we do have globally today, millions and millions of people being displaced through no fault of their own. And indeed, if there was displacement in Europe and Europeans were being subject to what is happening in other continents, I think Europeans would expect the rest of the world to respond in a compassionate way too. So globally, we have to think about how we address this huge challenge. And the challenge will continue, no doubt, going forward into the future years, into the future decades. And it requires Western governments to come together in the way that they're doing over climate change and to think about a solution that reflects the principles that nations have abided by and stuck to and supported since the horrors of the Second World War. Principles that are about humanity, that are about recognizing that we are a global community and we respond appropriately to support fellow humans when they're in crisis and when they're in need of support. And they need to come together and form a multilateral agreement to respond to that right across Europe, because it's a challenge, as Douglas says, for European nations. But that response needs to be based on principles, as I say, of humanity and compassion, principles that many, many nations, many of those liberal democracies that Douglas refers to, are very proud to sign up to. And that's what needs to drive the response to this crisis, in the same way that governments are coming together to use a set of principles in response to the climate crisis.
I agree that this is a global crisis, but I think that people talking about Britain's borders very rarely have any idea of the global scale of it. When people talk about the need for compassion and humanity, I don't think anyone is anti-compassion or anti-humanity. I think these are very easy ways to browbeat people into accepting the breaking of the laws of the country that they're in. It is not a British tradition or anything of which Britain needs to be proud to pretend that Britain is not Britain unless we allow the breaking of the law in our asylum and immigration policies. The fact that historically Britain has on occasion been able to give sanctuary to really very significantly small numbers of people in our history is a reflection that we're a small island with relatively small resources in the global scheme of things. And when people say that we need to come together to answer this, I agree with this. Britain, however, cannot be the resort of choice for anybody in the world. As I say, we had the example of people coming from Vietnam again the other day across the channel. For anyone across the Far East, the Middle East, the Near East, Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, and everywhere else in the world where they are not having the life they would like. Some people are fleeing war zones, absolutely. The majority are fleeing economic deprivation. And it is a very negative idea indeed, to my mind, to pretend and to console our consciences by pretending in any way that Britain can answer all of these problems. We cannot. What we can do is make things an awful lot worse in Britain and in France and in neighbouring EU countries by adhering to a polite lie that it is remotely in Britain's gifts to solve all of the problems that exist in the world. And as I say, in particular by pretending that as well as the legal asylum system we have, we should also have a parallel asylum system, an illegal one, where whoever gets across the channel first in a boat wins entry into Britain. I think it's a great mistake, and the people who have been encouraging it will rue the day when this gets more out of control down the line. It is something that will need to be addressed, and if it isn't, we've seen in the last decade what happens. I've heard all of the arguments about compassion and humanity made by compassionate and pseudo-humanitarian figures across Scandinavia, Mediterranean Europe. They all said in the last 10 years, let them come, let us answer the woes of the world. And then it got way out of hand and they had to crack down and snap back. Of course they did, because surprise, surprise, it's not in Denmark's gift to sort out the world's woes. It's not in Sweden's gift, not in Italy's gift, and it's not in Britain's either.
It's in the world's gift to respond to global challenges in the way that we're responding to the climate challenge. And of course, it's in the world's gifts and the gift of democratic nations to respond to this challenge. And I'm not suggesting that Britain opens its borders. I'm simply suggesting that as a nation, we uphold a principle that we have stuck to for 7 decades, which is giving protection to those who need it. Those that come across the channel are not all economic migrants. Some of them will be, But if you look at the main nations that they're coming from Syria, they're coming from Eritrea, where there's a huge issue with refugee camps due to the war in Ethiopia and the civil struggle in Ethiopia. They're coming from Iraq. We know the situation in Iraq, and they're coming from a highly oppressive regime in Iran. We need to give them the opportunity to have their case heard. And if they merit protection, we should give them protection in the way that we have done for many, many decades. And the communities that have settled in this nation as a consequence of our commitment to refugee protection have made a huge contribution to this nation. Indeed, if you look at Parliament, you could track back through many parliamentarians' lives and families those refugees that have come here. Indeed, our Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, is one example of that.
On that,
Sorry, just one very quick point. There's a massive fallacy on this, which is that because you have some benefits from some migrants through migration, that an answer is the more people come, the more benefits will accrue. And it's simply not the case. None of the data bears that out, because as well as the good news stories that Enver has just described, there are also very many bad news stories. And for every one person who contributes to the economy by becoming a surgeon, many others will be going into the black market, will be living very unhappy lives in Britain on the margins of society that they have entered into by first of all consorting with smuggling gangs and then entering the black economy. And I'm just fed up of having spent years hearing people pretending that if you make it to a country like Britain, you will end up inevitably in the position of surgeon or academic. It's a terrible falsehood built upon an existing falsehood, which, as I say, is our asylum aims of recent decades.
And just finally on that, I mean, in your work, you offer support to those coming to the country. What do you think is the case when reality meets what people have expected in advance?
I mean, the reality is all those people we work with, when they come here, whether that's through so-called regular routes or the irregular routes that Charles is seems to be so angry about.
You'll find, first of all, it's Douglas.
Sorry,
and
Douglas.
And secondly, that it's not an irregular route.
Just let me finish. The irregular routes.
Good, I just wanted you to get my name right first.
Sorry, I do apologise. That was my oversight. It wasn't an intended mistake. Sorry, Douglas. Those irregular routes that people come here to, whether that's from Afghanistan or other countries, what we find is when they arrive here, they are hugely grateful for the support that this country is offering them, and they want to make a contribution. They want to do right by this country, and they simply want to rebuild their lives. They want to do the best for themselves and for their families. And they know that doing the best for themselves is by working hard and by making a contribution. And I think what stands out from research by ONS and by other reputable research agencies is that communities that have come and settled in this country are often the communities who are extremely hardworking, who do play by the rules, and who do pay their taxes and are upstanding citizens who want to contribute to this community, to their communities. And we need to recognize that. I don't want to have an argument about what is true and untrue. I want to have an argument about the reality based on our work. And I'm sat here from Leeds today. We're welcoming a family that's coming in from Lebanon, from a refugee camp today. They will arrive, they will be taken to a home in York, supported by the council. And I'm certain that that family will go on to make an active contribution to their community. I was reading the other day about the woman who leaves and has set up the Conservative Supporters and Friends of Afghanistan. She came over here with her father in a refrigerator. Their only choice was to come on a so-called irregular route, what Douglas calls illegal routes. They came here, and now they're making a huge contribution to this country. And it's important to reflect the reality of those stories in this conversation.
Sure. Well, Enver, you said you didn't want to talk about facts or what was true and what wasn't true. You said you wanted to talk about your work. But let me introduce a fact to it, which is that what you've just said, again, is incorrect. A study from University College London 10 years ago showed that over the previous 2 decades, the amount of money that migrants took out of the state in benefits was hundreds of millions of pounds less than what they paid in taxation. Sorry, hundreds of £1 million more than what they paid in taxation. It takes years for a migrant into the UK to pay back in taxation what they take out in benefits. It's very basic economics, this. The University College London study proved this. It doesn't even require a study from a university. It simply requires any observation of facts, that the moment that you come into the UK and start using UK facilities and UK services, you are taking money out of the UK taxpayer's pot. And you may pay some of that back in. You may, in rare cases, pay all of it in. But the idea that migrants, particularly illegal migrants, arrive in the UK and become a net benefit to the UK is a fallacy. The benefits of migration of this kind financially accrue solely to the migrant and the family of the migrant. They do not come to the UK. So again, we could agree that the UK should be a destination for anyone in the world who wants to make their lives better. I don't think that that would be desirable. But at the very least, even if that was the case that was being made, we shouldn't build a polite fiction on a polite fiction and pretend that people who arrive become a net economic benefit to the UK, because the figures don't bear that out.
Distinctly, I'm not talking about all migrants. I'm talking about those that have been given refugee status under our laws and under the convention which we have decided to adhere to over the last 7 decades. Those who are given refugee status make a phenomenal contribution to this country. I'm not talking about all migration.
What net
I'm
benefit
talking
is
about
it,
those that get refugee status, and that is
what is the financial net benefit?
that is a specific group of individuals who are given status. They're given indefinite leave to remain for 5 years, and then they go on to be given status here.
What is the net economic benefit to Britain? I can understand why it's in their interests, but why is it in Britain's interests?
Why is it in Britain's interest to allow those that are fleeing war and oppression to come here,
I said financially,
to rebuild their lives?
We could discuss the ethical issue all day, and I think we might disagree on it, because I don't think we can give
I think
I asked you what the evidence is of the economic benefits of migrants who enter the UK illegally contributing to the UK economy.
I'm not talking about migrants who enter the UK illegally. You're talking at cross purposes to me, Douglas. I'm talking about individuals who come here, who make a claim for refugee protection and get refugee status.
Okay.
And are here,
so what is the economic benefit to the UK there?
And are here as individuals with legal, legitimate rights.
Okay, and in that group, what is the net economic benefit to the UK?
They make a huge benefit to the UK.
What is it?
Through a whole range. I don't have the data to hand. The data that you were referring to was about all migration. I'm not talking about all migration. You're having a conversation with me about at cross purposes. Indeed, if you talk, I don't think we are. I think we are, because we're talking about individuals who get status that is regularized, where they're here legally as individuals with legal entitlements and legal rights.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the University College London report I just cited was not talking about the black economy, because nobody can measure the black economy.
It was talking
about migrants in totality in the previous decades. Now,
I'm not talking about migrants over the totality.
No, I know you're not, Enver.
And it's an important
what I'm
distinction.
trying to get you to pin down. I know you said you don't want to debate the facts. What I'm trying to pin you down on is whether you have a fact about this, because if what you're contending is true, it means that of the migrants who arrive in the UK, a vast majority take out more in benefits than they put in taxation, except for people who have come to the UK seeking asylum and have been given asylum. It would mean that, as it were, these were the super migrants who provided such an exceptional level of contribution back to the UK economy that they made up, among others, for those who had entered without an asylum application. There is no data to back this up. It would be highly surprising if it was the case, but it is one of the reasons why this debate is so woeful, because it is very possible to talk about this purely in moral terms. It is desirable to talk about it in moral terms, but it's also necessary, if you're going to introduce finances to it and the contributions that people make, to also talk about the fact, as I say, that many, if not most, of the people arriving and making a claim will not become a scholar, will not become a doctor, will not become an eye surgeon. They will be entering at a low scale in the economy. They will be taking out more in benefits than they put back in taxation. And we should at least look at that full picture instead of engaging in the pretense that everybody who comes is going to be an amazing, overwhelming benefit to the UK economy and to UK society. It's part of the fiction built upon fiction, which I deeply object to in this discussion.
But just to bring this conversation to an end, because we do have to wrap up now, in response to Douglas, is your view that actually when we're having this conversation about the positive impact refugees bring to the country, that's something that cannot be answered just by economics?
I think economics is one element. There's the richness of that they bring as different cultures to communities. That's very much part of British life. You know, if you look at the representation in our national sporting teams, for example, reflects the richness, the different communities that have contributed and come and settled in this country. If you look at the facts around our food culture, around our culture, around the arts, you know, huge rich contributions as a consequence of people that have come here seeking protection and settled in communities across the country. I actually, you know, dispute that refugees don't make a net economic contribution. Just because I don't have the stats to hand, I don't think that's necessarily not the case. From our experience at the Refugee Council, you know, having worked, we came into existence 7 decades ago, and we've worked with many individuals that have come here seeking protection and then got refugee status. Largely in our experience, overwhelmingly, they go on and contribute to communities. They're not a drain on the nation's resources. And their children go on and contribute. And it's important to remember that, you know, the people that came here, the ones those that I was talking about that we brought together earlier this week to reflect 7 decades since the UN Convention, they've had children, their children have had children, and they've all contributed in huge and diverse different ways to this country. So I think it's important to reflect that the contribution is on a multiple number of layers. And the reality is that as a nation, the fact that we have given so many people refugee protection, I think, makes us a richer nation and makes us a nation that has greater value and greater depth across the land in a multiplicity of ways.
Could I just ask very quickly, I know we have to finish, but could I ask Enver, is there anyone who comes illegally or otherwise who doesn't contribute?
I don't
Whose
understand.
presence
What's your question about illegally or otherwise?
Illegally or otherwise, is there anyone who arrives in Britain, you think, who doesn't contribute to the country? Who doesn't make it richer economically, who doesn't make it richer culturally, who doesn't make it more interesting?
So I think if you look at the Syrian resettlement program that David Cameron championed and brought in, there's no doubt that some of the Syrians that came here were from very poor, low-skilled communities. But our evidence of working, and we're one of the agencies that has resettled people from Syria, from the horrors of what's happened in Syria. Our experience of working with them is that they've been extremely dedicated, extremely committed, wanted to get jobs, wanted to acquire the skills to contribute and not become a drain on the nation's resources.
So it's that everybody contributes in your view.
It's that tenacity and dedication and commitment that ultimately results in them contributing more than they take out.
So the point is...
There will, of course, you know, amongst any cohort, there will, of course, be some who don't manage to do that. That's the same, you know, you could take a school of children and you could look at, you know, how many of those children might end up, you know, in the criminal justice system being a net drain on resources, or, you know, living on benefits for a considerable part of their life. So in the same way, in that cohort, you'll have the same in this cohort. But in general,
you think in general that it is that it is at the very least at the level of the British public as a whole, and most likely most people come make a contribution. That's clearly what you think. And in that case, the more the merrier. The more people that can come into the UK, the better. If that's your position, it's not mine, and it's not the position of the British public, who do not believe that the country has a more the merrier situation.
I'm not arguing for an open borders policy, and actually the views of the British
so
public.
Close because it sounds so close because
the views of the British
recognise
public.
that there's anything negative that comes from migration.
I'm not talking about overall migration, Douglas. This is where you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm talking about the principle of refugee protection, which is not migration. It's a principle set down in the UN Convention that we give protection to those who need protection. That's what I'm talking about.
But I'm
and actually, if you look at Poland, and polling was recently done by ICM for British Future, the majority of people polled felt that it was important to continue to adhere to the principles set out in the UN Convention.
Yes, and I'm trying to get you to understand one single thing, which is the possibility that even somebody who is given asylum, it's not necessarily the case that the more the better. It might be in individual cases and in general a case of the more the worse. And there would be so much more gained if that was acknowledged.
As I say, there will indeed be some who, of course, don't contribute as much as others, but I'm saying the majority.
But in general, you think the more the better.
The majority, the vast majority, will contribute and will go on to make an important contribution, to play by their rules, to pay their taxes, and to be proud to call themselves Britons.
And with that,
this is a presumption, but it's not backed up by the evidence.
And with that, we are going to have to leave that there now. Thank you, Enver. Thank you, Douglas.
Ding 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 ding. That's all, folks. Yeah. Oh, guys, thank you all for commenting and that. Some really fucking good fucking things, but there, which I agree with fucking most of them. To be fair, keep on saying what a liberty, because it is a fucking liberty. Most working Londoners don't live in London. I wonder why. But with the government subsidising them and giving them a big lump of pocket money, it's a little bit easier living in London, I would imagine. Even if you did come over legally on a fucking banana boat. On a dinghy made out of wood. What's that Phil fucking it's where is he to? After you've seen that Lion of Judea thing in Wales, Istanbul. Istanbul. Istanbul and the Ark of the Covenant. I will have a little fucking gander into that. Phil, my man. Most diverse city in the world, isn't it? London, no? So they say. So, Minx got you a bit late, but better than ever. We got Rapid, Leighton, Phil. What else we have here? Kaz, Leg, Captain, Alice, Brian Earl from his park bench in Essex somewhere. Big up. I think we had Dave, we had Junior, we had Ghost, we had Popeye, we had the Moggy Gimp, We even had Jackal Radio. Morph. Pops. There's got to be somebody else. Yeah, who else we have? Who else did we have in the shop today? We had Charlie's Girl. We had Yosei. What else we have? Yeah, JB, Kara, the Mouse, Amy. What else we have? Rapid. We had Rapid. Yeah. Who else? Muckers was here. Sid. Who else we have? Mustafa Kamal. First through the door. First through the door. Yeah, it's a good job. It's 140 mile away from Wales and in a different country. But I have noticed like the sort of failed gangsters of London are coming down into Cardiff to try and make their in Cardiff. Do you know what I mean? They'd be fucked off out of London and I had no fucking chance. Like, so they've come down to Cardiff to try and the little gangsters. Son of a gangster. If you know what I mean. Yeah, must have a lot of dosh. Fucking the price of fucking 1-bedroom flats in London is insane. Even a park bench, I would imagine, is. Do you know what I mean? One sleeping bag tent, I would imagine, is ridiculous. Who's this, Pierre? Who the fuck is? Watching you, you dodgy cunt. Yeah, I think what you said earlier, Rapid lad, about the sort of replacement. That is like a deep state, full effect fucking plan. I couldn't nail it down and say it's definitely happening, but everything looks to be that way. Everything looks to be that way. I mean, they can't get enough. They can't get enough fucking people across the channel and India. They can't get enough. Like, and these fucking boats and that, these fucking boats they're coming over with these motors, twin motors. Do you know what I mean? They should be selling them for bare money and that. That's getting money back. A fucking couple of fucking million, but they just in boats and motors. $500,000 for a 3-bedroom house. Wow. Wow. And I got an house here, 200 grand, 2-bedroom on a farm, semi-detached. Semi-detached. They can't build on the one side. The fucking my neighbour who is attached to is deaf as a post. I mean, you can buy a farm. You can buy a farm in Wales where I am here for like 3,500. Easy, like paddocks a looking lot, acres of ground. $5 to $10K for a boat and motor and thousands of them. Fucking right, bro. I mean, let's just do a little fucking thing on that. out of curiosity, illegal boats costs. Yeah. Migrants crossing the channel in boats add almost 1 million a day to the cost of Britain's asylum system. Figures show the 28,431 people who made the perilous voyage in 2021 have landed taxpayers with a bill of 336 million to process their claims, and the cost, the equivalent of £920,619 a day, is thought to be just the tip of the iceberg, as it does not cover healthcare, education, or housing costs for new arrivals. Migration Watch said, "This is another shocking reminder of the government's abject failure to control our borders. Rule Britannia, king of the waves, be fucked. Every time a migrant lands in the Kent coast, it adds 12,000 to the bill for processing their application, detention, and living allowances while their claim is assessed. It also covers a share of staff costs to deal with the backlog of 100,000 people stuck in the system. The bill has more than doubled in the past 3 years and is up by 42% in the past year alone. It raises fresh concerns with the state of Britain's asylum system. Priti Patel says it's broken. New figures from the Home Office show a bill for dealing with asylum claims has hit a new high of 1.4 billion, while a record 55,000 applicants wait more than 3 years for their case to be completed. 3 years. 3 years. How does it take that long? I mean, I ask you guys, 3 years. The Home Office said the asylum system is broken. No shit. Our nationality borders bill will introduce a firm but fair system. Not quick enough. Not enough. Not enough. Okay. So, this is what we wanted. People smugglers have dropped their prices and are cramming more people than ever before into already overloaded, flimsy boats, The Guardian has learned. This week, 696 asylum seekers crossed the Channel from France to the UK in one day. Wow. I'll read that again. This week, 696 asylum seekers crossed the Channel, and that, if the figure is right, there's most probably another 100 on top of that. Seekers crossed the Channel from France to the UK in one day. The Ministry of Defence said the increased numbers arriving in more overcrowded boats with cheaper crossing prices demonstrate the plans to forcibly remove some asylum seekers who arrive in the UK on small boats are not acting as a deterrent, campaigners say. Last November, French police quoted a price of about £5,000 charged by smugglers for an individual to cross the Channel. According to reports in the Mirror, now asylum seekers and non-governmental organisations are saying that prices have dropped between 500 and 1,000 for a place in the boat. Wow, that's kind of worrying. That's kind of worrying. Look how determined they are to get them in here, like 500 and 1,000 now. I bet the people who paid 5,000 or more are absolutely livid. Until April this year, the government published less detailed data. Until April this year, the government published less detailed data about the number of small boats arriving in the UK from France. But official statistics show that in 2018, there were an average of 7 people on a small boat. In 2019, 2019, an average 11 people a boat. 2020, an average of 13 people a boat. And in 2021, an average of 28 a boat. So they jumped in freeze, and then all of a sudden it just doubled. From 13 people, it doubled 2021. Detailed data from April this year shows a significant upward trajectory with about 50 people in a boat on Monday's crossing, when 696 people crossed in 14 boats. While there is some variation in the numbers boarding each vessel since the announcement about the deal to send asylum seekers to Rwanda on the 14th of April, the trend has been sharply upwards. From May and increasing in June and July, more days show an average number of people in a single boat in the highs 40s or even 50. On Thursday, 388 people crossed in 8 boats, an average of 48 or 49 people in each vessel. Last year, 28,526 crossed, up from 8,404 in 2020. And this year, more than 13,000 have crossed, including more than 8,000 since the Rwanda policy was announced on the 14th of April, and we're only in March. 3,736 asylum seekers arrived in UK on small boats in July. Official reports have predicted that the Rwanda plans are unlikely to succeed, but the government says it is determined to press ahead. Handa Majid, the founder of the charity Kurdish Umbrella, says there had been a significant change in the way the smugglers in northern France operated since the Home Secretary announced the Rwanda plans. But she said there was no evidence on the ground that it had acted as a deterrent. She said the smugglers had just simply adjusted their business model. Initially, after the Rwanda announcement was made, the smugglers were panicking. So they have cut their prices by half, in some cases, 3/3, said Majid. In this area, smugglers are king. They are telling people not to worry about Rwanda. Right now, the jungle, Calais refugee camp, is full, and the smugglers are offering much cheaper prices. They are maintaining their profits by cramming more people onto a single boat. The smugglers adjusted to Brexit, and now they have adjusted again to Rwanda. Even if some smugglers are arrested, others will just take their place, just like drug dealers. Just like drug dealers. Their business model will not stop, it will only adjust, because they only want to arrest the little players. They're not going for the big players, the ones who get in all the money, obviously. Like they don't arrest the kingpins who are making all the big money from the drugs. They only want to arrest the guy chucking around 10 and 20 pound deals. They used to put 30 people in a boat. Now it's up around 50. One Syrian asylum seeker told The Guardian that the smugglers had dropped their prices dramatically. Before it was 3,000 or 4,000 across. Now the price is 1,200, and some asylum seekers are negotiating a price of as little as £500 to cross. Everyone can afford to cross these days. Some asylum seekers are saying to smugglers, why should I pay 4,000 to go to the UK when I might end up in Rwanda? I will pay you £500. Then a deal is struck. Makes sense. A spokesperson for a French NGO, Utopia 56, said asylum seekers were crossing to the UK more quickly than before, on average spending a few weeks in northern France instead of months, as was previously the case. They said the quality of treatment of asylum seekers from the French government is decreasing every day. The Grand Sith, Dunkirk, 500 people are living without access to water, and more than 1,000 in Calais living in the street or in small forests. It is left to citizens and NGOs to provide food and healthcare. We are seeing new communities in the camps. Before, it was mainly Kurdish, Pakistani, and Afghan people. Now we are seeing people from the countries, but also from Ethiopia, Eritrea, Vietnam, and Albania. The threat of Rwanda has not changed the thousands crossing. A government spokesperson said the rise in dangerous channel crossings is unacceptable. People should always claim asylum in the first safe country they reach, rather than risk their lives and line the pockets of ruthless criminal gangs. Under our new migration and economic development partnership with Rwanda and our continuing preparations, to relocate those who are making dangerous, unnecessary, and illegal journeys so they can have their claims considered and be able to rebuild their lives there. Government sources said that they were unable to comment on operational matters. The Guardian has spent the last 13 years tirelessly investigating the shortcomings of the Tories in office, can't even say it, forget Brexit, Partygate, cronyism, and trust debacle, and the individual failings of ministers who behave as if rules don't apply to them. Our work has resulted in resignations, apologies, and policy corrections. Our continued revelations about the conveyor belt of Tory dysfunction are the latest in a long time of important scoops. And with an election just round the corner, we won't stop now. It's crucial that we can all make informed decisions about who is best to lead the UK. Will you invest in The Guardian this year? Can't see it. Unlike many others, The Guardian has no shareholders and no billionaire owner. It's just determination and the passion to deliver high-impact global reporting, always free from commercial or political influence. Bullshit. Reporting like this is vital for democracy, for fairness, and to demand better from the powerful. We also provide all this for free, or for everyone to read. We do this because we believe in information equality. Greater numbers of people can keep track of the events shaping our world, understand their impacts on people, communities, and become more inspired to take meaningful actions. Millions can benefit from open access to quality, truthful news, regardless of the ability to pay for it. Whether you give a little or a lot, your funding will power our reporting. You just said it was free for the years to come. If you can, please support us on a monthly basis for just £2. It just takes less than a minute to set up, and you can rest assured we'll take that pound every fucking month on the dot. And we're making a big impact to every single month in support of open, independent, fake news journalism. Thank you. Thank you. Low one. Well, Johnny, big up, lad. I definitely think something is going on. Some deep state fuckery. George Soros. Money driven. One world order. Fucking shit. Oh, the French are loving it, Johnny. Ah, bang on, bro. Yeah, they're taking our money. Yeah, they're taking our money. And they're not doing fuck all. They're not doing fuck all. We're giving them extra money to step up the Cali, you know? I mean, police it up a bit more. They're fucking laughing at us. Yeah, we got this white privilege going on in Britain and that, which fucking serves us whiteys and that. Whoa, we don't know how fucking lucky we are with our white privilege. I'm gonna fucking laugh. White privilege. Illegal immigrant privilege. Do you know what I mean? That's the privileged. When have we ever been given pocket money and put up in 5-star hotels for fuck all? For breaking the law? For breaking British law? Coming into fucking Britain illegally. You get put in pocket money and you get 5-star hotels and food paid for. Everything fucking paid for. Until inverted commas, they sort out your process, your claim. Like Rapid said, why don't they go to Syria? Why aren't they going to Qatar? Why aren't they going to Doha? Why aren't they going to fucking Dubai? Why aren't they going to the nearest country that they came from? So it'd be easier to go back to their home country, because at the end of the day, they're fleeing it because of fear for their lives, war-torn and all that caper, which I understand and I respect. Yeah, nobody wants to live in a country like that. Yeah. But if you ask Taff, it's only Ukrainians who got a genuine case. Albanians, nothing wrong with Albania. No war going on in Albania. What the fuck are they doing here? The fuck are they doing here? It's because Britain government offer these people an easy ride. They know they've got to make that journey, survive that journey across the English Channel. If they do that and they can put 2 feet on British soil, they've made it. They've made it. They've fucking made it for at least 3 years, like I just read. 3 years. And we'll pay to keep them here while they're processing their claims for 3 years. What a fucking liberty. What a liberty. What a liberty. And who pays for it, guys? Who pays for it? Who's paying to put these kids in a 5-star hotel? Who's paying to give them pocket money to hang outside our schools, preying on the girls? We're paying for it. Rapid lad, it's the small villages that are seeing that they're just being crushed. Like Skeggy and do you know what I mean? Some of the hotel managers up in Skeggy have literally seen their seaside resort town, and they're not offering the millions that the government has chucked at them, which is a no-brainer if you're a businessman and you own hotels, not to take that fucking deal the government are offering you. Do you know what I mean? It's a no-brainer as a businessman. But if you care about the town that the hotel is in, and I think it's like 300 hotels now around Britain they're using and have bought. It's a no-brainer for these hotel managers as a business. At the end of the day, you're in it to make money. I understand, innit? I understand, like. Oh, they'd be under the caravan, Minx. Do you know what I mean? They'd be under the caravan, love. Yeah, Britain has gone to the dogs. And it's the people in Britain that have allowed it to, because most men I find now in Britain, and I'm not just saying English, predominantly more English than the rest of us. Yeah, So you have a bigger shout of what's going on in Britain, the English and that, yeah. But like, just lost their backbone. Just they're spineless. They're spineless. Men would rather let women do the shouting and that. You know what I mean? Get out picketing while the men look after the kids. That's what I'm seeing. Little bitch snowflakes. We're fucked. No, they breed like rats. Let's get it right. It's not a fucking sugar coated with bunny rabbits. They breed like rats. But I don't understand, like I say, with London and the prices in London, how they can come, because that seems to be where they all sort of head to. Realise they can't live in London, or that should be the case, because it'll take somebody most of their life to go and live in a 1-bedroom in London. Yeah, like what do they call it? Community service and a rapid. Yeah. Painting school, not school fucking no, they should know it'd be in any schools. But fucking painting old railings and a wire brushing them down and repainting them with Amorite and all that shit. Picking up cans, picking up rubbish, streets, picking up shit. Britain's gone too far, I believe. Even if we done something now drastically, like sent them all in the hotels, got them all out to these hotels, 300 hotels, and each day, as many as you can, get them over to Rwanda every day, as many as you can. It still ain't going to help us. And I'm an optimist. That's it, but it's a golden ticket. Get your feet on the soil, get your feet on fucking terra firma, get across the water, get your feet on terra firma, and you've landed. You're 3/4 there. That's 3/4 there. You're smiling. If you're a legal immigrant, you're smiling. We made it to the beach. Do you know what I mean? Make it to the beach alive. That's all they got to do. Agreed. I agree. Mustafa, it has no meaning no more. Racist has no meaning, and nonce is getting the same. It's lost all his impact. It's lost all his Christ. I mean, especially face to face. You call that man without good reason, and you've either condemned him or you were literally going to be in a blood fight. You're going to war. But that seems to, like on YouTube and the YouTube people, like the wrong uns and out there have just overused that word, overused it. It has no meaning. So when the proper wrong uns do come around, nobody really cares. Nobody really cares because the word have lost meaning. It's lost its impact. It's lost its what it used to be. We, the people, need another party to vote for. That's what we, the people, need. We need something else other than Labour or Conservative. Otherwise, we'll just be locked in, like the America, Republicans, Democrats. It's the same. I'd like Farage to create a party, and I'd vote for him. No probs. Definitely, I'd vote for him. Just try and get that change, because anything is better than Labour or Conservative, which seems to be all we got at the moment. Like Liberal Democrats, they're a silly bunch of cunts. Yeah, well, what happened in Liverpool, in Kirkby, that's like a little template for the way every city will go. But because the core in Britain, the core of the apple is rotten, Britain's got to be, you've got to take it, knock it all down and rebuild it, because the core is so fucking rotten in Britain. These fucking MPs, they are just absolute fucking scumbags. Scumbags. Taking the piss out of us. Taking the piss out of us. No, I find the people are not the people are afraid to be called racist. The establishment, the coppers, the child services, the courts, the everything in power, from the top to bottom. I'd rather be called in this day, a far right racist than a fucking pedo apologist or a nonce enabler. Because that's the other option from. They'd rather be called. They're more worried about being called racist than to do their job and arrest criminals, putting fucking fuck on our kids. And I don't understand. I'll take a far right racist label on me than any sort of nonce or pedo apologist. Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? It's like it's near £1 million or £3 million a fucking flat, a room, and you can walk out and go down the shop and get stabbed up. It don't make sense, mate. Do you know what I mean? Like Pall Mall on the Monopoly board and Oxford Street and fucking Coventry, Piccadilly, Bow Street. I don't know. No. Are you rubs, love? I've been out, hey, Migs, I've been about. I would like to go to Australia and Africa, like Serengeti, and I would like to see the lions in their natural habitat. I would love to see that, and the hyenas and all that fuckery, elephants. You know what I mean? I'd love to do Australia, America, at the push. I hope you've got a good stab vest, Johnny. Yeah. Yeah, well, I've just read now they've dropped the price to come over illegally from 5,000, 4,000, 5,000. It's dropped to £1,200 or £500 they can come over for. And instead of like 9 people in a boat, there's near enough 50 people in a boat. What we need is like a Donald Trump is doing in America, and he's getting rid of the deep state. He's crushing that deep state. That's because whatever sort of, it's some sort of thing coming. Whatever the government you got in, they're not the ones really controlling it. It's like the bankers, this deep state, Soros, the ones with mega money, like money talks, guys. You know what I mean? But I would vote for anybody who was like Farage. I do like Farage. I do like Farage because he's like Trump in a way. He's a businessman more than a politician. Plus, he likes a good pint, so he'll keep the pubs. Well, that's the beauty of us in Britain, Minx. As much as we like to think we are Europe or part of Europe, we are that little bit of water between us and France is a blessing. Because if that fucking little bit of water wasn't there, wow, we would be like France. No, we would be like France. They could just walk straight in. Yeah, he's a fucking twat, Leighton. He's just a fucking lazy cunt who thinks it's right to be on benefits, and because I choose not to work. You know that attitude, like I choose not to work. I've been on benefits since I was 17, nearly half my life, because I choose not to work. Well, they're coming in illegally. They're fucking coming in. Do you know what I mean? 50 on a boat. That's insane. That's insane. That's 50 grand. 50 grand a trip, even if it's £1,000 a head. 50 grand. The smugglers are earning. Maybe £80,000. Maybe more is more in it. Yeah, yeah. From Tony Blair onwards, things can only get better. You're having a laugh. Things can only fucking go downhill from here. Do you know what I mean? Follow American fucking presidents into wars that we should never have been in, and we're still paying for it, and we'll pay for it because we fucking carpet bombed their fucking capital. I remember shock and awe. I remember it. Shock and awe. Going in, carpet bomb in Iraq, Baghdad. Boom, boom, boom. Carpet bomb, flattened it. And now we're all being judged because of Tony Blair. The only good thing to come out of from year 2000 onwards, because it's all gone downhill since the 90s, in my eyes, right? It's all gone downhill. Music, films, government, everything. People, football, rugby, everything has gone downhill since the year 2000. And we've even gone out people who are earning in Britain and sending their money out of Britain. You know what I mean? So the money they're taking off us doesn't go back into the system. It goes to India. It goes to Pakistan. At the same time, Saudi Arabia are slamming in billions and trillions to work this fucking system of illegal immigrants into Britain. Churches being built into mosques, pubs being turned into mosques. If you think there then some sort of replacement going on of the indigenous, then have a word. Check yourself, because it's a damn good fucking thought to oneself. Could we be being replaced? Because we are not breeding as and slamming out white babies anywhere near the numbers of the indigenous of the immigrants. Every one white baby born, there's eight Indian babies born. There's eight Iraqi babies born. Do the maths. Do the simple maths. 5 years, 10 years time, 2040. Just do the maths on the basis of what I've just given you. Every one baby, white baby born, there's eight. Just do the maths. It's simple. It's simple. Like, and you'll come to a shocking sort of a reality shock. That if it carries on the way it is, and the way they're coming in still, something's got to give. And if when our NHS goes, which is the only thing left that the people pay for, and is ours, more or less. I mean, the NHS are coming out of your wages. When that's gone, and our freedom of speech, time's up. Time's up. Yeah, I know, but in Australia, you can go and live there. See, like if you've got a trade, like a plumber, or you're a nurse or anything like that, they're crying out for people in Australia. Do you remember that series used to be on the telly, guys? It used to be Australia or their home here in Britain, and they used to take them over to Australia, give them a little sneak and a taste of what it'd be like, and then they'd have to decide then whether they would make the move and up sticks. California, my friend, won't even be on the map. Won't even be a part of America's map before long, when that Cascadia fault goes, that subduction fault. California will be gone. Yeah, some people are doing through 2-3 jobs and they're still not making ends meet. They're still struggling and going to food banks. One parent families, mothers, they're doing 2-3 jobs. I know a couple. I know many around here doing it. Yeah, and there's not enough time then with the kids, which is important. Kids are being brought up by their nan and granch. Maybe some kids haven't got a nan and granch, so they've just been allowed to basically, and the parents are not saying nothing. Yeah, and the kids are not being sort of looked after. Yeah, and people are taking that chance. People are taking that chance. Even when we was in the lockdowns, guys, and the pubs had to shut, some pubs stayed open, but they locked their doors, if you know what I mean. Yeah, to the regulars and whatnot. They had to do that. They had to do that. Or it would have been an obscene amount of pubs shut in all around the valleys here. Take the pubs away. Fucking hell, that's like taking air away. Taking oxygen away. For some geezers and lasses around here. Most of Britain is owned by the fucking Chinese and the Arabs. Most of the government, yeah. But we are racist as fuck as white privilege now. Most of the government now has got fucking coloured guys, and our prime minister is an Indian, for fuck's sake. But we're still racist. We are in Britain and that. Racist as fuck. Nazi, Nazi scum off our streets. Nazi scum off our streets. That's all we hear. That's all we fucking hear. Babs, have I upset you, love? Have I fucked you off? I'm only saying that because I like something you said the other day on the channel, and I couldn't think of where it was. Unless you thought it was somebody else. As much as I hate Maggie Cunt and Thatcher, that fucking slag, that slag, right, who ruined every community around me. And like, just shit on the valleys. Shit on the valleys and the people and the men, the miners, shit on us. Shit on us, shit on us. And they're still shitting on us. I'm thinking like, you know, they can manipulate the weather now. They can near enough make the weather do whatever it wants. Like, why don't Russia sort that weather out to the fucking east of Moscow and Petersburg, because there's some land there, yeah, but it's like minus 50 odd or 70 odd degrees, isn't it? Some geezers and I are living with in Russia. But if they can manipulate the weather, why don't they do it so they can take more land? That's just one way of looking at it. Like Americans, they've occupied every little patch of America. Don't get me wrong. There's like wrong turn fucking places and that. Big up, Debs. What they've been doing? What thing of the weather? Yeah. What's it called? What's it called? It's called something, isn't it? Seeding, cloud seeding, and that. Yeah. Cloud seeding, yeah. But like, if they can do that, why haven't? Because obviously Putin's taking over Ukraine and that because he wants grabbing land, but he's got an old fucking. You've only used like about 5% of it, not even that, about 3% of Russia's country in landmass are they living on. There's some hardcore ones next to, like, not far from Moscow, going east. But other than that, no cunts living there. And then they've got that big fucking gap of land where it's continuously minus 70s and shit like that. You cry and your fucking your eyes will just like ice up. Piss. Take a piss outside. Well, it'd be the worst thing you could do. Be the worst thing you can do. Did you grab our link I posted last night? Do you know what? I think I'm not gonna fib you. I don't think I have, because don't pick on Sean. He'd be jumping off bridges and doing fucking weird shit. Yeah, say nothing. But his name's not Sean, so yeah, we can use that. Yeah, don't mention his real name, for fuck's sake. Yeah, well, he got me on lists. He got me on lists, and yeah, got Taff on lists. So fucking don't cry when it comes back on you. Yeah, you come fucking around with me and my family. Don't cry when it comes back and Taff's in your face, because it'll be too late then. Yeah, too late for tears. Too late for tears. Yeah, go on, love. So look. Is it that Ronald Bernard thing, yeah? Forgiveness and liberation. Path to forgiveness and liberation, yeah? Save her. Save. Watch later. Sweet. Sweet. Yep, got that. Okay. What's this? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. I'll have a little look at that, love. Thank you. So we'll be looking at 3:55. Because I didn't play my intro, I think we'll take it up to 4 hours with Taff's fucking intro. You know what's coming, guys. You know what's coming. Yeah. You know what's fucking coming. Whoop, whoop. Sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. It's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Thank you guys for coming over and having a chat. Blessings and respect to all of you. Hit that fucking like for me, guys, please. Hit that like. Hit that fucking like. Born to be alive.
Born to be alive. You see, we're born to be alive. The time was on my time and I was running down the street and for the fine. She gave her an old guitar and something you'd occupy my mind. You see, we're born to be alive.
Rapid,
You see
big
the
up, lads.
born,
And everybody else.
born to be alive. People ask me why I never find a place to stop and settle down, down, down. I never wanted all the things people need to justify the lives. Yes, we were born to be alive. Born to be alive. Yes, we were born to be alive. To be alive. To be alive. It's good to be alive. To be alive. To be alive. It's good to be alive.
It's crutches, them lads. Bloody crutches, man. Crutches. Like.
Time was on my side when I was running down the street and folks go fine. Suitcase and an old guitar and something new to occupy my mind. Yes, we were born to be alive.
Yeah, he's the best. But yeah, number 21. He's the Barlacks, man. I love
Yes,
that.
we were
What's this
born
little fucker going now?
something new to occupy my mind.
Yeah.
Yes, we were born to be alive.
Yeah.
Yes, we were born. Yes, we were born to be alive. 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 Yes, we were born to be alive.
weirdo. It's pretty good. Yeah. God bless you all, guys. Have a fucking good day. I'll catch up with you somewhere else, you know.